Chapter 165. Li Xian and Ji Tian's expressions softened slightly. Both of them looked at Wu Zexing provocatively, and Wu Zexing's face darkened. Ever since Gu Shui walked into the hall, a few gazes immediately became extremely heated. Li Xian and the rest's heated gazes sized up Gu Shui without concealment. A green sword, without warning, was pressed against Li Xian's neck. The cold blade made Li Xian believe if he dared to move, this sword would cut his neck open. Gu Shui bowed, smiled, and said, "The heroes I have seen these few days is more than what I have seen in the past 10 years. Gu Shui bit her lips. Her face was extremely pale. A sense of humiliation that she had never felt before rose in her heart. She felt like she was a commodity, being snatched here and there. No one asked for her opinion. Good. Wu Zexing bellowed. Suddenly his aura exploded. He stepped forward and stabbed with his sword. He blocked the true power, but had no way to attack. It was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. The young and impetuous Li Xian and Ji Tian agreed, without hesitation. Seeing no reply, Wu Zexing smiled proudly, turned and walked towards the pale Gu Shui. The eagle claw sword suddenly disappeared from the air. Wu Zexing smiled slightly. Miss Gu must be joking. I don't deserve the title of hero. Countless green rays, like gossamer, drilled into the eagle claw sword in his hand, only to see the eagle claws grabbing the sword body. Suddenly brightened, the 3 eagle claws shot out 3 rays of light along the sword body, straight to the sword tip. Sigh. Old Man Yu purposely dragged his voice. If nephew Zexing can't be a hero, who can? Can't an old man like me go be a hero? A beauty matched with a hero. Don't tell me Zexing wants to give up the beauty? Pa. Ding. I lost. Li Xian's throat was dry, his face ashen. Wu Zexing said coldly, "Who's first?" Ji Tian's face was full of shock. He had no intention to fight. That sword just now, if it was him, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. Wu Zexing's strength had actually reached such a shocking stage. Wu Zexing did not waste any time. He revealed the sword in his hand and said lightly, "This sword is called Eagle Claw Sword. It's a bronze treasure of Aquila constellation. You must be careful." Li Xian's body went stiff. There was a wave of discussion in the hall. It was obvious that Ji Tian's words resonated with everyone. Li Xian only felt a wave of cold intent heading straight for his neck. He was immediately overwhelmed with shock as he used the whale engulfing ring to protect his vitals. Wait a minute. I, Li Xian, am not married either. My Li clan is not any worse than the Wu clan. Old Man Yu, aren't you being biased? Li Xian suddenly stood out with a gloomy face. Li Xian was ranked 45th, and Ji Tian was ranked 43rd. Their rankings were almost the same, and their strengths were very close. So Li Xian and Ji Tian were not afraid at all. The treasured sword in his hand was obviously not an ordinary item. The body of the sword was suffused with a faint white light, and the hilt was shaped like an eagle's claw. Li Xian was not flustered at all. The whale engulfing ring in his hand released rays of golden light. Those green sword rays were unable to shake these golden lights. Gu Shui's face turned pale, and her limbs turned cold. She forced a smile and said, "Old Man Yu has wronged me. Gu Shui's parents have passed away. Taking charge of the Gu clan, I have long made a vow not to marry in this lifetime, and to guard the Gu clan well. Hey, godlike young lad, someone actually dares to snatch your sister? If this can be tolerated, what can't? Sigh. This righteous and bright young lad is definitely not someone who stirs up trouble. Anyway, if this matter were to happen to me, I will definitely not take it lying down." In her mind, the image of Tang Tian's silly grin suddenly surfaced, and her heart instantly ached. A cold smile surfaced on Wu Zexing's face. The green light silks that flew out from his arms became even more concentrated and dazzling. His body shook, and a spot of green light, like a grain of green light, collided with the halo. Old Man Yu's eyes revealed some pride. Wu Zexing represented the Wu clan. The Wu clan was not a small clan, but one of the top 5 clans on Phylon Star. When Gu Shui heard such blatant words, she was not happy in her heart. But her face was very calm, and a faint smile hung on her face, as if she did not hear it. All of a sudden, the green sword auras that were dancing in every corner all shot towards Li Xian at the same time. At this moment, another voice leisurely sounded. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with deep shock. Nobody at the scene actually saw clearly when did Wu Zexing move to Li Xian's back. Exclamations instantly sounded from the crowd. The Li clan's strongest bloodline was the Wisdom King blood meridian. It was also one of the strongest bloodlines on Phylon Star. It was said that once the Wisdom King blood meridian was activated, one could possess the Wisdom King in battle and was extremely powerful. The halo instantly collapsed. Li Xian waved the whale engulfing circle. A dazzling golden light screen, like a huge golden light axe, whizzed and slashed towards Wu Zexing. The circle technique that he trained was called the Golden Axe Circle. Wisdom King Blood Meridian. Walking out of the hall, Gu Shui sorted out her emotions. Her gaze became determined again, and a faint smile appeared on her face again. The sudden change caught Old Man Yu unprepared. He was shocked and angry, but in the blink of an eye he laughed out loud and raised both palms. I didn't think that a joke from an old man like me would provoke so many heroes. Miss Gu is in a dilemma now. They are all young heroes. Which one of them isn't valiant and heroic? Sigh, this is also the trouble of happiness. Others yearn for one of them, but can't get it. But Miss Gu has suddenly welcomed 3 young heroes. How to choose? This old man does not dare to say any more. Everyone, let's rely on our own abilities. Bulsh *T. A voice filled with rage could be heard by the crowd. It made Wu Zexing stop in his tracks. A murderous intent suddenly surfaced in his eyes. Ring, ring, ring. That's right. Jitian stood up and said coldly. To think that we are at the beck and call of Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu acts like this. How can we be convinced? Some of the weaker ones could not withstand the power of the light axe and retreated. And those martial artists who were confident of their outstanding abilities stood firmly. A ray of green sword gleam appeared out of nowhere and hit Li Xian's whale engulfing circle. The Gu family now was bustling with activity. Experts were everywhere. The green sword gleam pierced the halo, but it could only make the halo tremble, and was unable to advance an inch further. Li Xian jumped out of the field and said proudly, "I'll go first." Wu Zexing revealed an awkward look, while the rest's faces darkened. Li Xian only saw a faintly discernible true power drilling into his meridians. It was not the feeling of destruction like ordinary true power, but empty and hard to grasp. Striding into the hall, he heard Old Man Yu's clear voice. "Miss Gu, come. This young talent, you must get to know him." Breeze soared Wu Zexing. When old Mr. Wu was still around, he and I were best friends. This time I sent a message to the Wu family, and Zexing, my good nephew, came personally. I was instantly reassured. His speed was extremely fast. Rays of golden light curtains waved out. The sky was filled with light axes whistling. The scene was absolutely shocking. After Li Xian activated the Wisdom King blood meridians, the danger he faced increased. His figure blurred and disappeared. But a scene that no one expected appeared. When Gu Shui raised her head, Wu Zexing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Gu Shui's appearance was originally beautiful, her skin whiter than snow, delicate and fragile. As if she had gone through countless hardships, she instead gained a sense of tenacity and magnanimity. Her temperament was even better than before. "Then I'll use you as a warning to others." "All right." The circle of devouring whale made a melodious sound, A golden light blossomed from the circle of devouring whale. Circles of golden halos suddenly appeared on top of Li Xian's head and fell down, protecting him in the middle. The smile on Old Man Yu's face disappeared. He squinted his eyes. Oh, this is no problem. With Brother Zexing's protection, the Gu family will definitely prosper. I believe that the Gu family's various elders will definitely agree. Who's afraid of who? The heavy whistling of the axe light could not stop the clear whistling of the sword. But Li Xian's ability was not mediocre. This slight respite allowed him to finally find a chance to attack. A dark red dot of cinnabar appeared on his forehead. His eyes suddenly turned cold, his face slightly pale, as if he had changed into a different person. Before he could counterattack, a faint green sword gleam suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, piercing straight towards his eyes. In his shock, he could not care about anything else. Lowered his waist, the faint green sword gleam brushed past the tip of his nose. There was actually someone who did not know what was good for him. Li Xian's face turned pale. He did not expect Wu Zexing's swordplay to be so strong. The sword gleam was faintly discernible and formless, totally unpredictable. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage from the start. He gritted his teeth. The whale engulfing ring in his hand spun rapidly in his palm. When he heard Tang Tian's angry scolding, the pale Gu Shui suddenly raised his head. In his lifeless eyes, a palpitating look lit up. Wu Zexing was about 30 years old, his expression steady, tall and big, his face square and eyebrows wide, his palms thick. He was a famous expert on Phylon Star, ranked 41st 5 years ago, and was dedicated to martial arts, usually did not care about worldly affairs. No one knew how his ability was now. But almost everyone thought that Wu Zexing's ranking would probably rise again. Wu Zexing's heart was greatly moved, no matter in terms of looks or family background. Gu Shui was impeccable. What moved him the most was Gu Shui's calm and magnanimous demeanor. He liked it very much. Wu Zexing's expression calmed down. He slowly walked into the field and said in a deep voice, "We are all martial artists. Since that's the case, then let's use our abilities to speak. Whoever wins will have the beauty." Gu Shui's body swayed, her face pale. The Gu family was far from the Wu family. If the elders knew that she could marry Wu Zexing, they would definitely agree. Wu Zexing smiled slightly and said humbly, "Uncle is too kind. Uncle is our backbone. Without Uncle coming out to raise his arms and cheer, how would there be so many heroes gathered here?" But Gu Shui was not very happy. She was very clear that everyone here had ulterior motives. They had their own plans. Under such circumstances, the Gu family was struggling to survive, treading on thin ice, a little carelessness, and they would fall into an irrecoverable situation. But facing the aggressive Su Shi group, the Gu family had no other choice. Everyone stared at Li Xian in bewilderment. Li Xian's ability was actually much stronger than what they had imagined. Everyone couldn't help but perk up. The chance to spar with such experts was rare. Li Xian snorted coldly. 2 bronze rings appeared in his hands. "Who doesn't have a star treasure?" Cetus consolation bronze treasure, whale swallowing ring. Wu Zexing's expression was calm. He moved the eagle claw sword in his hands and looked around the field. Who else? But Wu Zexing's eyes flashed a hint of seriousness. But he did not panic. The eagle claw sword in his hand seemed to be waving casually. Pieces of green sword rays unimaginably appeared in every corner of the hall. Old Man Yu leisurely said, "Miss Gu is in her prime and unmarried. Nephew Zexing, also unmarried. Isn't this a marriage bestowed by the heavens? The Gu family has a foundation, and the Wu family is one of the few big families on our Phylon Star. Both families are well matched. Both of your parents are not around, and I bumped into you today. Why don't I be the matchmaker and make this a good story?" Ding! Li Xian was 22 this year, and Ji Tian was only 21. They were still young. Their futures were limitless. Wu Zexing was already 30, although his ability was stronger than both of them now, but no one could be sure of his future. Chapter 166. Ji Tian's peerlessly shocked expression did not move Tang Tian in the slightest. It was as if he was looking down at an ant-like existence from above. That ice-cold indifference was so strange, yet so familiar at the same time. Tang Tian's gaze swept across everyone in the hall. His gaze was like a raging and blazing flame. Those who were swept by his gaze felt as if the surrounding temperature had suddenly risen. A bloody mark, fresh blood meandered down Ji Tian's forehead. His eyes were tightly shut, and he had already fallen into a coma. One of the clan elders mumbled, "It's also time for Shui, or to get married." Gu Shui's terrified scream, at this moment, in his ears, gave him an inexplicable pleasure. He felt that the blood in his body was boiling, burning his skin to the point of pain. The intense anger made the depths of his body tremble, as if something was about to break out of a cocoon. But everything, in that flash that seemed to have been predicted, everything changed. No one expected that Tang Tian actually dared to make the first move. Didn't he know that the opponent was far stronger than him? When that flame-like youth brought up a blazing afterimage in the air, the crowd exclaimed. As if struck by lightning, Wu Zexing's body stiffened, his mind went blank, his eyes were filled with disbelief and bewilderment. Missed the sword that he was determined to win, actually missed. Following that, with his legs as the center, a ring of invisible air wave, carrying countless shattered stone slabs, swept in all directions with a loud bang. Gu Shui liked him, and this was just the flying stones. Ji Tian, who was in front of Old Man Yu, could not hold back and shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Definitely dead. Old Man Yu's eyes squinted. In his murky eyes, murderous intent floated. But the overall situation was under control. He was not worried at all. Without batting an eyelid, he roped in the 3 clan elders. Just as Old Man Yu was about to open his mouth, Tang Tian suddenly grinned eerily. His speed was not fast. Such a Gu family is not worthy of Ah Shui's protection. Tang Tian shook his head and casually said, "If that's the case, then I'll wash the Gu family in blood." Ji Tian was stunned. The breathing of the 3 clan elders suddenly stopped. The blood drained from their faces in an instant. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, and the sound of their teeth chattering could be heard clearly in the deathly silent hall. Wu Zexing's pupils suddenly contracted. Every step that Tang Tian took would leave a clear footprint on the stone slab. He noticed the change in Gu Shui, as well as the fear on the faces of the others. He knew that his methods had caused these people to feel fear. He was extremely pleased with himself. He wanted to tell these guys that even if they were stronger than him, they would not be able to do anything in front of him. Tang Tian grinned again, revealing his snow-white teeth. After the commotion, the hall fell into a strange silence. If he did not quickly suppress it, then his prestige, this guy was for real. Everything that the little girl said, he had completely forgotten. His crimson vision was firmly locked onto Wu Zexing. Ah Shui's heart right now must be filled with despair and heartache. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he didn't feel any killing intent from the sword that was so exquisite that there wasn't even the slightest bit of smoke and fire. At this moment, in midair, a pair of legs wearing copper boots landed heavily. The extremely hard green stone slab was like tofu, sinking up to the knees. The 3 clan elders clutched their deformed throats, their faces full of fear, and fell softly. In an instant, Gu Shui, who subconsciously exclaimed, felt as if her heart was tightly gripped by a hand. Fear and despair filled her body, taking away the last bit of warmth from her body. "Tian, be careful!" The young man soared into the air. His figure, that seemed to be covered in raging flames, was fixed in Gu Shui's blank snow-white vision. Tang Tian, who was in midair, had nowhere to borrow strength, and was about to die from this sword, who knew that Tang Tian's body actually strangely bent, as if he had long expected this sword, and brushed past the tip of the sword. At the entrance of the hall, a young man's figure stood proudly. Ling Su very sensibly hugged his silver spear and dodged to the side. He was a little speechless as he looked at Tang Tian, who had already gone berserk. Why did he have to sacrifice her, abandon her? Endless murderous intent permeated every corner of his body. The usually self-proclaimed good composure was now completely thrown to the back of his mind. Anger was like a howling storm, raging in Tang Tian's heart. For the sake of your filthy world, for the sake of your great cause, in an instant, hot tears rolled down his cheeks. The despairing cold face felt the warmth of the tears. What right do you have to do this? But Tang Tian actually dodged. He really dodged this sword. Ji Tian was like looking at an exquisite work of art. His face was full of praise and amazement. As for Tang Tian's ending, he did not even think about it. Tang Tian suddenly stopped laughing, his gaze fixed on the 3 clan elders, not saying a word. The 3 clan elders were scared. The fear on their faces was even more serious. The fist collided with the short rod that Ji Tian had raised. No one noticed that Tang Tian's eyes were blood red. Everyone felt the hall shake. On the pillar that they were hugging, Ji Tian was deeply embedded inside. A turbulent power gushed out, like a flood released from a dam, unstoppable. Ji Tian's short rod was like paper. Tang Tian's fist, through the short rod, sunk into Ji Tian's flesh. The terrifying power made Ji Tian unable to think, as if he was rammed by a rhinoceros. With a scream, like a cannonball, he crashed into the pillar of the hall. The broken stones sank into the wall like a rain of arrows. The other martial artists in the hall seemed to have woken up from a dream and quickly protected their bodies around them. But the power that came from the broken stones made everyone's heart aghast. He was shocked and angry. He realized that he had miscalculated. His opponent was not a middle-aged man with deep foresight, but a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, a reckless and reckless youth. Gu Shui was his, possessed by the devil. When they saw Wu Zexing's soundless sword, almost everyone thought Tang Tian was dead for sure. Just now they saw with their own eyes how Wu Zexing's soundless sword broke Li Xian's wisdom, king blood meridians. When he reacted, that youth who was like a blazing flame, like a meteorite whizzing over, appeared in front of him almost instantaneously. Wu Zexing struck, and this time Wu Zexing still made a sneak attack, and attacked without any warning. Wu Zexing, who was holding the sword hilt, the empty feeling from the sword tip, was so familiar, yet so unimaginable. This voice kept ringing in his heart. This sword, he was extremely focused. He even had a feeling that this was the strongest sword he had ever thrust out. The roar was filled with anger, repression, despair. He wanted to blast out all his emotions, all his fury, all the storm in his chest, through this one punch. You bastards! Why did you do this to her? He strode forward, step by step towards the hall. Old man, you did not expect that Tang Tian would actually say such a brazen and naked threat in front of so many people. She must feel helpless. Everyone looked at this youth with a face full of shock. This sentence was said casually as if he was talking about what to eat for dinner, but the murderous aura and the stench of blood seemed to rush towards them. Suddenly, everyone seemed to see on the street where blood flowed like a river, a youth like a Jura stood proudly. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a word, but at this moment he struck. This sword he did not hold back. Just now, when Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian, he saw it all. At that moment, for the first time, he felt his heart being pricked. That indescribable pain and the anger that followed engulfed him like poison. This change came so suddenly, so unbelievable. Don't be afraid. Old man, you smiled warmly and said, I am here with so many heroes here. I will not let you be wronged. Why don't you make it clear? Tian, a muffled sound like a belated drum beat. Everyone's heart trembled. The infuriated Tang Tian felt that there were countless monsters roaring and howling in his body, countless storms brewing in his chest. He felt as if he was about to explode and die the moment he waved his fist. A force from the depths of his body, like a volcano eruption, gushed out. A fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. She must be feeling cold. Gu Shui's face was so pale it made one's heart ache. Poof, poof, poof. Dong! When the three elders walked out, Gu Shui's face was completely drained of blood. She looked at the three elders in disbelief. Tang Tian's legs suddenly exerted force, and he brazenly pounced towards Ji Tian. Everyone was not mentally prepared. Even Ji Tian was not the least bit mentally prepared. When Ji Tian saw Wu Zexing's ghost-like sword, his face involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. Tang Tian's tone was calm, but it was as if a bomb had been dropped in everyone's heart. Ha 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 ha. Tang Tian was really enraged. Kill him. Only Tang Tian's beast-like roar, like rolling thunder, reverberated in the hall. He hurriedly raised the short stick in his hand and placed it in front of his chest. Suddenly, a piercing laughter resounded in the hall. Everyone could not help but turn their gazes. Tang Tian seemed to have heard the funniest joke and burst out laughing to himself. Ah, ah, ah. Suddenly, in the snow-white field of vision, a green sword appeared without warning. It was like a bamboo leaf hidden in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Poof, poof, poof. Not good. Who's coming? Ah, who's coming? I didn't expect you bunch of old fools to be this shameless. Tang Tian suddenly grinned. Even the breath that he breathed seemed to be as hot as flames. Wu Zexing's swordplay was so superb that it was shocking. This is impossible, impossible. I will never allow it. Old Man Yu's smile on his face became even wider. I've long heard that Miss Gu has 3 very strong friends. Seeing them today, they are indeed extraordinary. Old Man Yu chuckled, as if he did not mind. But the Gu family's matters, let the Gu family decide. It's better for the children to avoid arousing suspicion. Elders, come out and speak. You are Miss Gu's elders. There's no harm in talking. The 3 clan elders walked out, and when they looked at Tang Tian, their gazes were filled with fear. They had seen with their own eyes how valiant Tang Tian was. Towards Tang Tian, their hearts were filled with fear. Boom! No one could avoid this sword. Chapter 167. Ling Su's aura was much stronger than before. But what shocked her the most was Ling Su's determined expression. In his orange red eyes, the awe-inspiring aura seemed to be unshakable. The world in front of her was so strange, yet so magical. Unless Old Man you could take down both of them at once and decide the outcome with one battle. Both of them fought extremely intensely. Unexpectedly, he failed miserably in such an easy task. Old Man Yu's heart flashed with a trace of regret. With Ji Tian's ability to knock him unconscious with one punch, the power of this punch must be terrifying. Wu Zexing was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot. Today he was humiliated by the younger generation again and again. If he could not finish off these 2 bastards with his own hands today, then from today onwards, the name Bree's sword would be the biggest joke in the whole of Phylan Star. Tang Tian's strength was like a bull, but it was absolutely impossible for him to have such shocking power. His expression was dazed. He looked at Ji Tian in disbelief, and then suddenly lowered his head, looking at his own fist. His speed and strength had increased tremendously, but why was it like this? Although they had not known each other for long, but these few days he had seen Tang Tian's standard and was very clear. The power of this punch had exceeded Tang Tian's usual ability by too much. The martial spirit was like a ball of silver flame, jumping deep between his brows. It emitted a silver-white glow, reflecting on the tendons, bones, blood, and flesh in his body. This was the first time that Tang Tian could see the scene in his body so clearly. Wu Zexing was also stunned. This sword of his was actually blocked by another person. The blood mist tightly wrapped around these 2 drops of blood, the wisps of blood mist, like thin silk, wrapped around the 2 drops of blood. Tang Tian stared fixedly, completely forgetting everything that was happening outside. Or was there an unknown power hidden in his body? The crowd was in an uproar. What he said was his true intentions. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly widened. But what was surprising was Ling Su did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Everyone knew the Gu family had 3 very powerful helpers. The most impressive among them were the ones who killed the Hua brothers, Tang Tian and Ling Su. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Tang Tian landed lightly on the ground, the expression on his face was very strange. He tried to throw out a punch. The moment the punch was made, his pupils suddenly dilated. A completely different feeling transmitted from his arm to every corner of his body. He could clearly feel the powerful power. In the dead silence of the hall, under everyone's gaze, he closed his eyes, stretched out his arms, and carefully felt the changes in his body. Wait, the speed and power. Those words made Wu Zexing's face turn green and red. He did not expect that someone dared to say such impolite words in front of him. Opening his arms and closing his eyes, Tang Tian was like a statue, standing in the middle of the hall, not moving an inch. Tang Tian saw with his own eyes the dwarf blood and angel blood shrunk little by little until they disappeared. The beast-like roar still lingered. Ding! The battle with Li Xian made everyone believe Wu Zexing's power was already enough to fight his way into the top 30. Ling Su looked at Tang Tian, who was roaring in the hall, his face full of shock. How could this be? The 2 balls of thick blood mist also quickly faded and became exactly the same as the surrounding blood mist. These changes seemed to be very slow. Looking at Ji Tian on the pillar again, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Tang Tian perked up with a thought. The scene inside the ball of blood immediately appeared in front of him. There were 2 drops of blood in the ball of blood. Tang Tian's heart jumped. He recognized at one glance the 2 drops of blood were the dwarf blood and angel blood that he swallowed. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The situation on both sides was already irreconcilable. And in this matter, old Man Yu was in the wrong first. When he was dominating, no one made a sound. But now, it was enough to shake old Man Yu's reputation. Ji Tian on the pillar gradually became clear. The blood mist seeped into his muscles and bones. Tang Tian saw with his own eyes his muscles and bones changing bit by bit. This was a change that he completely did not understand. But justice will prevail over evil. The silver spear is the sunlight. Ling Su said in a deep voice. His expression was firm. The stern air between his brows made his face seem to be covered with a layer of strange luster. The figure holding the spear seemed to be shrouded in a white, holy flame. Even if these 2 were not from the Gu family, but they were willing to stand up for Gu Shui, obviously their relationship was not shallow. The heart-palpitating metallic sound could be heard by everyone in the hall. One Gu family actually had 2 such strong masters. I'm sorry, your opponent is me. Wu Zexing looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. That sword of his was his own creation, called Shadowless Breeze. He rarely used it, because there were not many opponents who were qualified for him to use this sword. But this sword had never missed before, and some of the more active people recalled what Ling Su said previously, and the gaze that Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian. Those present were all experienced people. How could they not understand the meaning behind it? Courting death. Tang Tian dodged Wu Zexing's determined strike, settled Ji Tian with one punch. It made everyone dumbfounded. They dared not believe their eyes. They did not expect that the other Ling Su was also so strong. He was originally a tyrant. Now that he had cut off all means of retreat, without any hesitation, he rose up. Once this thought popped up, it made Wu Zexing shiver uncontrollably. An inexplicable panic filled his heart. An even more absurd and terrifying thought followed. Could it be that he had already seen through his own sword path? Heavy breathing gradually pulled Tang Tian back to his senses. The blood color in his vision slowly receded. Tang Tian noticed the 2 small blood mist balls in the blood mist. The blood mist around these 2 small blood mist balls was even thicker. The surrounding blood mist was also continuously entering the blood mist balls. A smile formed at the corner of Tang Tian's mouth. He was wild with joy. but what followed was deep puzzlement. Until now, he still did not understand. How did Tang Tian dodge his sure-kill sword? Why did the other party at that time make a turn and turn? Was it a coincidence? Or was it because he had predicted his sword? Wu Zexing had extremely strong confidence in his own swordplay. In these 5 years, he did not slack for a single day. He trained diligently. His swordplay gradually changed from intimidating to silent. Bree's sword was showing signs of great accomplishment. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly widened, as if a bolt of lightning flashed past his mind. He suddenly remembered the dwarf blood and angel blood that he had swallowed. Could it be? It sounded like a joke, but when it came out of Ling Su's mouth, no one could laugh. A spot of silver light bloomed. But very quickly he regained his composure. He knew that he had no way out if he did not win. All the reputation that he had accumulated previously would dissipate like an avalanche. The blood mist closest to the blood droplet was dyed into a color similar to the blood droplet. The blood droplet was rapidly shrinking, the surrounding blood mist, as if it was absorbing its nutrients, and then transported the nutrients to every corner of the blood mist. Ling Su pointed the tip of his spear straight at Wu Zexing, his face revealing a look of disdain. I didn't expect the dignified Bree sword is actually a despicable person who uses his strength to bully the weak, seduce beauties. He looks like a dog. But at this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Wu Zexing and Ling Su. But today he actually failed. Killing the Hua brothers had already made him speechless. To be evenly matched with Wu Zexing, how strong must his ability be? Tang Tian's angry roar in his ears was like the wind. What was that? How could it be? Among the crowd, there were quite a number of people who started to waver. 2 experts ranked within the top 50 and 2 experts ranked within the top 30 were completely different concepts. Wu Zexing struck out with his sword in anger. A glaring green sword light suddenly flew out from the empty space half a foot in front of Ling Su, as fast as lightning. Among the people present, almost no one could catch the trajectory of this sword. These 5 years, he had masked himself to challenge various experts, honing his own swordplay, and had never lost. This move, Shadowless Breeze, was his trump card. In a fit of rage, he struck out in anger. He thought that it was a sure kill attack, but he did not expect that it actually failed. Wu Zexing recovered from his daze. When his eyes regained clarity in the middle of the hall, Tang Tian spread out his arms like there was no one else around. His face flushed with blood. When he punched out just now, Tang Tian only felt extremely satisfied. It was an indescribable joy. A cool feeling rose from the depths of his body. His whole body was abnormally light, as if his body was a little lighter. Without hesitation, he suddenly charged towards Tang Tian. At this moment, his eyes suddenly blurred. A young man in white stood with a spear, blocking in front of him. Gu Shui looked at Ling Su with some surprise, anticipating his own Shadowless Breeze. However, although the Hua brothers had been famous for a long time and were among the top experts on Phylan Star, but regardless of fame or ability, they could not be compared to Wu Zexing, who was born in a prestigious family. Facing the crazy Wu Zexing, he actually did not retreat half a step and fought strength with strength. Old Man Yu was rash this time. Since when he was actually disregarded like this? Tang Tian stared blankly, his face revealing a puzzled expression. He suddenly jumped, his whole body shot up like a rocket, and rushed to the top of the hall. Bastard! Thinking of the missed strike just now, it was like a thorn piercing deeply into his heart. And right now, Tang Tian's provocative actions immediately infuriated him. His body really became a little lighter. Ling Su regained his composure, but a strange look flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Tang Tian, who was like a statue in the hall, suddenly changed. Old Man Yu's eyes revealed a rare look of hesitation. The situation in front of him was far beyond his imagination. His gaze swept across the others, the fellows who previously followed his lead. Now all retreated. No one dared to stand out. Could it be that something had happened to this fellow? But he did not know. What kind of shock he was about to bring to everyone outside was about to happen. His body was filled to the brim with blood essence, like a thick blood mist, filling every corner of his body. This was Old Man Yu's eyes that were always half closed, suddenly opened. In his murky eyes, an undetectable light flashed past. Chapter 168. Phew. Being provoked in front of everyone. Even if Old Man Yu's chi cultivation was superior, he couldn't help but blush and feel extremely hot. Look quickly. A strong air wave, with terrifying power, swept through the entire hall. The weaker martial artists, as if they were hit by a wild beast, could not stabilize their bodies and were pushed to a corner by the air wave. Even someone as strong as Old Man Yu could not maintain his composure at this moment, revealing a deep sense of caution and alertness. Beside Tang Tian's feet, a weak airflow, quietly formed, rolled up and formed an extremely small whirlpool. Unan's expression was extremely terrible. "I'm afraid we've gotten into big trouble this time." Tang Tian's exposed skin was trembling like waves. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, a series of bone cracking sounds were heard. Inside Tang Tian's body, it was as if some monster was breaking out of its cocoon. Boom! No one could answer this question. Suddenly, time seemed to have stopped. All the explosive sounds suddenly disappeared. The turbulent airflow suddenly stopped and solidified. Old Man Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. The uneasiness and sense of danger in his heart became even stronger, as if it was real. His eyes revealed some surprise. This uncertainty. He had been famous for so many years, but had never seen such a strange thing. Ling Su was not the least bit prepared for the sudden explosion of airwave. He hurriedly moved with his spear, appearing behind a pillar. He was shocked when he realized that the one who caused this commotion was Tang Tian. His expression was stunned. Other than Ling Su and Wu Zexing, who were fighting fiercely, the rest's gazes were all attracted by this scene. No one had ever seen such an unimaginable and impactful scene. The other martial artists immediately became excited. This guy, what was his background? Old Man Yu stood up, his face dark, slowly walked towards Tang Tian. A wave of pressure, as if it was real, suddenly dispersed. It was not as aggressive as Tang Tian's, but it was old and spicy. A few streams of air currents formed and engulfed the surroundings, causing the air around Tang Tian to become extremely unstable. The exclamation made more people wake up as if they had just woken up from a dream. They shifted their gazes towards Tang Tian, who was in the middle of the field. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Yan Xia said solemnly, "It's his bloodline. He seems to have activated his bloodline." "Activate my bloodline?" Suo Guang almost cried out in surprise. He suppressed his voice and said, "Activating the bloodline at this time, this is too—" Tang Tian, who had his arms wide open, had his eyes closed, and was motionless. He was so quiet that he looked like he was sleeping. Pu. This was also why he was so attentive and sent out hero invitations. Countless gravels scattered all over the stone floor, like startled ants. He had enough chips in his hands, so he was very confident. They widened their eyes in fear and curiosity, not daring to shift their gazes away. His current situation was extremely dangerous. No one noticed. Their gazes were all deeply attracted by the intense battle between Ling Su and Wu Zexing. Only Old Man Yu seemed to sense something. His snow-white eyebrows also twitched unnoticeably. Suddenly, he seemed to have returned to the battle with Xia. Although that battle did not cause his ranking to drop, but it had a huge impact on his reputation. But more importantly, confidence. After that battle, he spent 7 years before he regained the confidence of a top expert. For some reason, once this thought popped up, it was like a shadow that could not be erased. The top 10 was like a dividing line. Every one of them was a big shot, and the top 10 to 20 were all tyrants. But for the ambitious Old Man Yu, who wanted to bring glory to the family, tyrants could not satisfy him. But his ranking was hard to rise, so he thought of using reputation and seniority to make up for his lack of ability. An indistinct sense of danger suddenly arose in Elder Yu's heart. No one knew. The situation after that was too smooth, so he had the idea of attacking the Gu family. Justifiably, the Gu family was extremely crucial to his plan this time. He had to hold the Gu family firmly in his hands. Without the Gu family's request, he had no reason to interfere. And today's situation was even more serious if he failed. Ling Su could contend against Wu Zexing and Tang Tian, who defeated Ji Tian with one punch, was definitely not below Wu Zexing in terms of ability. His momentum now was even more frightening. From the start, Old Man, you did not expect that he would be dragged into this. Old Man, you really did not like to fight with enemies he did not understand, because that would be very dangerous. He had been famous for decades, and had seen countless martial artists stronger than him fall into the hands of those unfamiliar and dangerous enemies. He had always been very cautious on this point. It was precisely because of his cautiousness that allowed him to maintain his position after so many years. Tang Tian's figure, as if separated by a rapid flow of water, was blurry. It was as if they were looking at a terrifying storm brewing in front of them. A question rose uncontrollably from the bottom of everyone's heart. When this storm formed, what would it be like? Step by step, he walked towards Tang Tian, his hair and beard all standing up. Such a powerful aura. This commotion finally attracted the attention of some martial artists who were engrossed in the battle between Ling Su and Wu Zexing. What would it be like? Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as they stared blankly at Tang Tian in the field. He started to hesitate in his heart. When Tang Tian punched Ji Tian just now, he could tell that Tang Tian's strength had increased dramatically because he had joined the demonic path. But the scene in front of him was definitely not something that could be explained by joining the demonic path. He decided to observe further. Suddenly, Tang Tian raised his right arm, his index finger stretched out like a gun, and pointed straight at Old Man Yu. His momentum rose sharply, as if he had pulled open a sluice gate, the already overflowing flood, surged like thunder and poured out. The untamed and arrogant challenge, without any leeway and retreat, was clearly and unmistakably transmitted into everyone's ears. Wu Zexing, who was floating in the air, looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. But he had miscalculated. This fellow, what kind of freak was he? Suddenly, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Hoo! Heavens! What's going on? Old Man Yu's gaze stared closely at Tang Tian, dispelling any intention to attack immediately. He could not figure out what kind of transformation was happening to Tang Tian. This was an awe-inspiring ranking, but at the same time an awkward ranking. But his attention very quickly shifted to Tang Tian, who had revealed himself in the field. Yan Xia heard the three people's sighs of relief. He knew in his heart Unin and the rest no longer had the courage to fight with Tang Tian. But luckily there was someone even dumber who blocked for him. Straight body, straight index finger, the Tang Tian who stood tall, was so unfamiliar, no anger, no roar. But at this moment, everyone present, including Wu Zexing, were stunned by this unfamiliar Tang Tian. Old Man Yu had been famous for more than 40 years. He was the true evergreen tree of Phylon Star. It was under his leadership that the Yu family fought their way into the ranks of the tyrants of Phylon Star. His reputation was extremely high. The only defeat in his life was in the hands of the knight swordsman Xia. Xia appeared out of nowhere that year, challenged all four sides with his sword without a single defeat, and finally ascended to the top. An indiscernible sound sounded from within Tang Tian's body. That aura. So strong. Old Man Yu took a deep breath, and threw this thought to the back of his mind. His expression was solemn. The clothes on his body fluttered, full of energy. That defeat did not cause Old Man Yu's ranking to drop, because that year was known as the year of the Night Curtain. Almost all the masters of Phylon Star were defeated by Xia. However, life was unpredictable. After that, no one knew what happened to Xia. His temperament changed drastically. His martial arts skills regressed. From the 1st place to the 5th place, and he also became the most famous assassin of Phylenstar. The Tang Tian, who had his eyes closed and arms spread before him, became more and more mysterious. Swoosh! The airflow became agitated. The sound also changed from the sound of breathing to the sound of fluttering flags in the wind. The gravel beside Tang Tian's feet, moved by the agitated airflow, rolled and ran on the ground. Old Man Yu was so angry that he laughed. "Then let this old man teach you a lesson, you arrogant brat!" He did not think much of Tang Tian and Ling Su. The 50th place, to ordinary martial artists, was something they needed to look up to. But to him it was only the same as his subordinates, Li Xian, Ji Tian, and the rest. And he believed there would be masters from various families coming in continuously. He could gather at least 8 martial artists of this level. Moreover, there was still Wu Zexing, who could fight his way into the top 20. Old Man Yu's ranking had been stable at the 15th place, but before he could make a move, there was a sudden change. Piak, piak, piak. A cold smile appeared on Yan Xia's face. Old Man Yu was in big trouble this time. This battle, it was either life or death. "Hey, old man, you and I shall settle this with a battle today." A series of sounds exploded from within Tang Tian's body. Wu Zexing, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, was not prepared at all. When the airwave rushed to within 3 feet of his body, he then felt a sense of danger. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment the airwave reached his body, he had already adjusted his body, like a leaf, drifting away with the airflow. When the 3 heard, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Unyielding, determined, pressing forward with an indomitable will, Tang Tian retracted both his arms. His dark red gaze fell on Old Man Yu without any scruples. The explosions became more intense. The air around Tang Tian became even more agitated. The aura of an impending storm shrouded everyone's hearts. Tang Tian's eyes were as red as snow, but revealed an indescribable coldness. The shocking aura, the martial artists in the hall, changed their expressions, as if their hearts were grabbed by an invisible hand. Their bodies did not listen to their commands and could not move an inch. Yan Xia actually agreed with Unin in his heart, but he said, "We are just a small problem. The big one is Old Man Yu. We only injured Gu Shue's men, but Old Man Yu even wants to snatch Gu Shue." In the corner, no one noticed that Yan Xia and the rest were mixed in. Yan Xia's expression was solemn. His gaze was filled with astonishment. And beside him, Unin and the rest's expressions changed. The air within 5 feet around Tang Tian seemed to be boiling. Countless turbulent airflows collided and rubbed against each other. The concentrated explosions were incessant. The sparks produced by the friction between the fine airflows flashed intermittently. "Who exactly is this fellow?" Gong Ishio's voice revealed a hint of panic. Such a strong aura made him tremble with fear. Following that was a loud bang. The unstable air belt around Tang Tian instantly shattered. Chapter 169. Rippling River Fan. Eridanus Constellation Bronze Treasure. It looked like a gentle breeze and a gentle rippling technique, but he could smell an extremely dangerous aura. Tang Tian flicked his finger. A white vortex flew out from his palm. Wu Zexing's failure made Old Man Yu's face change slightly. To be able to defeat Wu Zexing, that Ling Su's power was much stronger than he imagined. This was definitely a terrible outcome. Gong Ishio's spirit was lifted. He was originally good at planning. Instantly his thoughts were clear. That's right, with the arrival of the deacon, their power would increase exponentially. And after this, Old Man Yu's plan this time would be ruined. The Gu family and the other families had deep conflicts, and no one would help the Gu family. At that time, the Gu family and these 3 fellows would just be fish on the chopping board. The color of the steel on his 10 fingers became even darker. That's right, but Tang Tian's speed is really scary. If it was another person, he would have long been defeated. Just as Old Man Yu was shocked and frightened, the palm aura that was like a stone tablet instantly exploded. Shwa! The fan opened. On it was written the words Rippling River. Although he was shocked, but Tang Tian's footsteps were not the least bit affected, and were unusually smooth. A dazzling silver light, like a rainbow, suddenly appeared and hit the empty space. Tang Tian was instantly shocked. Ling Su stood with his spear. A painful expression surfaced on his face, but his eyes were strangely calm. "Teacher, is this the victory of justice that you spoke of?" Ling Su's spine was trembling slightly. The sharp pain from the needles surged like a tide, almost drowning him. The bandages on his body were already completely soaked. Ling Su took a deep breath. He tremblingly executed the majestic stance. Almost as soon as the majestic stance was formed, his body stopped trembling. "Teacher, is this what you meant by being a good person?" Such ferocious power. Ding! Tang Tian didn't doubt his own intuition at all. Even though his speed and strength had increased to a point that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach, his greatest strength was still his intuition. With a tap of his toes, Tang Tian's figure disappeared in a flash. According to Bing's theory, the current Tang Tian was not suitable to provoke Old Man Yu, because he had not digested the power he had just obtained. However, Tang Tian couldn't care less. The power he had just absorbed was stirring in his body. They seemed to feel Tang Tian's disgust and hatred for Old Man Yu. "Ling Su, you have to win." Seeing Gong Ishio's unwillingness, Yan Xia patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, "Don't be discouraged, wait for the deacon and the others to come." Old Man Yu had already entered his battle state. The light aura in his eyes exploded. His expression was ferocious and awe-inspiring. In his hand there was a light blue fan. Tang Tian acutely sensed the fluctuation in Old Man Yu's state of mind. Without any warning, he suddenly changed his direction and rushed towards Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu staggered forward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Yan Xia said softly, "Until now the conflict between us and the Gu family, no, to be exact, the conflict between us and Tang Tian and the other two is not irreconcilable. If we lower our stance and obtain Gu Shue's forgiveness, it will be easy. If Gu Shue doesn't pursue the matter, we will naturally have no conflict with them. But if we take action, then there will be no way out." Gong Ishio suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Boss, is it possible for us to take the chance?" "Ling Su, you are doing the right thing. You are fighting for something meaningful." Ding! Everyone could not help but be surprised. Just now, Yan Xia said that Old Man Yu had the upper hand. They did not expect the boss to say that he was optimistic about Tang Tian. Tang Tian immediately changed his fighting style from the previous tentative fighting style to a more aggressive and oppressive fighting style. As fast as lightning. So fast! Old Man Yu was caught off guard. He grunted and took a step back as if he had been pushed. Justice Origin Pierce. A green sword suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. Tang Tian was successful in every endeavor. The crane vortex that would cause his enemies to be flustered, this time, in the light-colored fan aura that resembled the sea, disappeared without a trace. And this old bastard's crime was unforgivable. It felt quite good. Both sides were originally in a very balanced position, but Old Man Yu's flaw caused a very slight deviation in this balance. For an ordinary martial artist, this was not a big mistake, but for a battle of this level, any slight negligence could determine the outcome of the battle. Ling Su's white robe was also a mess. The 5 fingers of his left hand behind his back kept trembling, but his eyes did not waver at all. Shadowless breeze. Yan Xia looked at the field and said to himself, "This battle for Old Man Yu, there is no other way but to win, and the pressure is great. As for Tang Tian, as long as it is a draw, it will be a victory. And Tang Tian has the moral right. For his age, it will make him more fearless and brave. Most importantly, Tang Tian has not yet familiarized himself with the power he has just obtained. This is actually Old Man Yu's best chance, but Old Man Yu is too cautious. When Tang Tian starts to slowly familiarize himself with the new power, the balance will tilt. The martial artists who were watching with widened eyes only felt a blur in front of their eyes and lost sight of Tang Tian. Only Yen Xia, Unin, and a few others could catch a glimpse of Tang Tian's figure. Yen Xia was still fine, but Unin's expression changed in an instant. Tang Tian's speed far surpassed his. The orange-red pupils quickly calmed down. Heavenly dragon energy. Wu Zexing's hair was disheveled. He looked like he had gone mad. There was no trace of the calmness on his face. He was like a ferocious beast, staring fiercely at Ling Su. His palm slashed lightly. However, at this moment, the battle between Ling Su and Wu Zexing reached its climax first. Yan Xia's eyes lit up as he watched and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say." In terms of strength, both sides have their advantages and disadvantages. Tang Tian has the advantage in speed and strength. While Old Man Yu's martial techniques are stronger, his true power is more vigorous, and now he is lowering his stance, maintaining a defensive stance. It will not be easy for Tang Tian to win. Old Man Yu's 3 mountains and seas is at the point of perfection. If Tang Tian does not accidentally fall into it, it will be dangerous. Tang Tian did not have the habit of letting others make the first move. He made the first move. Tang Tian's speed was not slow in the first place, and the dwarf blood not only increased his strength, it also greatly increased his speed, and the angel blood greatly increased Tang Tian's speed. With the two added together, Tang Tian's speed now was much stronger than Hua Rong at his peak. Gong Ishio was silent. Justice, Origin, Core Pierce. His speed was extremely fast, although the crane vortex was like a clay ox entering the sea without any reaction. But Old Man Yu's fan aura was also unable to touch Tang Tian at all. Tang Tian tried to attack from different directions. Old Man Yu was unusually alert, but it all ended in failure. Old Man Yu's footsteps did not move. He knew that his speed was not as fast as Tang Tian, so he might as well stay still. But his fan aura was unusually powerful. Tang Tian was also very wary. Wu Zexing flew backwards at an even faster speed, crashing onto the wall. Bricks and stones flew everywhere. With a rumble, the entire wall collapsed, burying him. Old Man Yu was shocked. He immediately reacted, and secretly knew that things were not good. Tang Tian's heart was suddenly alarmed. Yan Xia could not hold it in any longer. He suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Double blood meridians!" Ling Su's gaze suddenly became sharp and determined. He took a step forward and thrusted his spear. Crane vortex! Everyone was horrified. Almost without thinking, Tang Tian tiptoed, his body bent, and suddenly appeared beside Old Man Yu. Looking at the slowly walking Old Man Yu, he was not the least bit nervous. On the contrary, he was eager to try. He wanted to see how powerful the dwarf blood and angel blood that he had just absorbed was. Unin followed up and asked, "Don't tell me Boss thinks highly of Old Man Yu?" A spot of silver light burst out, even more dazzling and blazing than before. They were evenly matched. "Boss, who has the upper hand?" Suo Guang could not help but ask. "No." Yan Xia unexpectedly shook his head. "I think more highly of Tang Tian. Only victory was worthy of the pointed sea spear." Ling Su and Wu Zexing seemed to be struck by lightning at the same time. Both of them directly flew out. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them consecutively broke a few pillars before stopping their bodies. Tang Tian's body seemed to be filled with endless power. Old Man Yu's palm flipped, the fan shook, whoosh. A clear blue wave suddenly appeared in Tang Tian's eyes, like a line between the sea and the sky. The light of the fan was like a wave, not turbulent, like a blue wave blown by the wind. It looked like it did not have any destructive power. As expected of Old Man Yu, this 3-mountain sea fan technique is really smooth and flawless. An even more shocking crash than before made everyone's heart jump. He did not think that the crane vortex could kill Old Man Yu, but felt that it could still make Old Man Yu flustered for a while. Unexpectedly, Old Man Yu's seemingly casual roll of the fan actually broke this move of his so thoroughly. Willpower was the bridge from pain to power. The more pain one could endure, the more power one could possess. Ling Su, you are a man with a will of steel. You can definitely do it. Wu Zexing did not think that at this moment Ling Su could still launch such a fierce attack. A hint of madness flashed past his eyes. He did not dodge. His entire body, riding on the sword, brazenly pierced forward. Exclamations sounded from the surroundings. Tang Tian's speed was really too fast. When they saw Tang Tian appeared next to Old Man Yu almost out of thin air, they were all taken aback. Ling Su's heart instantly calmed down. The pain in his spine did not lessen at all, but another wave of scorching power rose from the deepest part of his spine where the pain was the most intense, rose up along his deformed spine, from his shoulders and elbows into his 10 fingers. Old Man Yu's shrewd and ruthless performance made Tang Tian helpless. The heavy and powerful great monument palm broke through the rippling fan's fan aura. The remaining force did not stop and crashed onto Old Man Yu's back. But Tang Tian did not stop for a moment. He appeared behind Old Man Yu like a ghost. Another heavy whistling, great monument palm. Old Man Yu was already in a passive position, his elbow turned back. The rippling fan once again blocked this great monument palm. Old Man Yu looked unhurried. With a flick of his wrist, the fan aura was like a large-sized brush, dipped in the light blue seawater, very casually rolled and retracted. The terrifying great monument palm crashed into the endless sea of fan aura. Old Man Yu's fan obviously sank. He could not help but be shocked. Such a strong brute force. Old Man Yu was after all old, although his true power was getting thicker, but his strength had obviously regressed. He was not known for his strength. The power of Tang Tian's palm actually made him almost unable to block it. Yan Xia shook his head. Don't forget that Mechanical Martial Artist has not come out yet. We have already underestimated Tang Tian and Ling Su. What if we underestimate this guy too? Great monument palm. After a few rounds, both sides fell into a stalemate. The surrounding martial artists also had some inkling. Chapter 170. What a pity. If he had someone to train him and absorb 2 more outstanding bloodlines, his future achievements would be even higher. No, that's impossible. Su Guang's teeth began to chatter. The mace slammed heavily on the steel shield that was 10 centimeters thick. Once the 600-kilogram mace was swung, it was an invincible, killing weapon. Tang Tian's powerful strength not only allowed him to swing it, but also made it dance like a gust of wind. As long as one was touched by the gust of wind, one would be sent flying. 12 fist auras that resembled shooting stars shot towards Tang Tian with terrifying whistling sounds. Like a gorgeous necklace of light, they shot towards Tang Tian. In the year of the Veil of Night, Qi Ye's strength was unprecedented. Within a year, he defeated all the experts in Humble Forest Planet, and with an indisputable attitude, he stepped onto the throne of Humble Forest Planet's #1. Although Tang Tian shone brilliantly, he was still much weaker than Xia in the past. Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Tang Tian grinned. Su Guang stared straight at the field and answered dreamily, "We can't deal with him now." Onin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Who can guarantee that this is the limit of Tang Tian's strength?" Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Tang Tian flicked his finger, and the white crane vortex suddenly danced like a group of white cranes. When the fists collided with it, they were all bounced off by the high-speed vortex. Tang Tian felt extremely carefree, and he roared continuously. He had never learned how to use the mace, so he swung it with brute force. But this simple attack was extremely effective. The warriors originally thought that the narrow terrain could restrict Tang Tian's movement and make use of their advantage in numbers. But no one expected that Tang Tian would use such an unreasonable and violent attack method. "You want to run?" Tang Tian sneered, his killing intent surging. He was in an extremely bad mood after losing his prey. Ling Su was dumbfounded. Tang Tian was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everywhere it passed, people and horses were thrown off their feet, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. This guy's strength is way too terrifying. Unin's voice trembled. He was known for his strength, but when he saw Tang Tian's inhuman strength, he trembled. That's right. Yen Xia's expression was equally terrible. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Fortunately, the blood of the dwarf and the winged man he absorbed were not top-tier silver bloodlines. Otherwise, it'll be even harder to deal with." Sua Guang's ranking was not high, but he was relying on his incomparably fast speed to occupy a place in the Su Shi group. However, Tang Tian's speed made him feel ashamed. Onyx Soul's research and use of blood meridians had a long history. In Onyx Soul, blood meridians were even more important than martial techniques. In theory, everyone could activate their blood meridians, but in reality, people realized that it was not the case. Many people's blood meridians were ordinary, and their body qualities were not enough to allow them to withstand the power of external blood meridians. Gong Ishio muttered, "Saber-toothed tiger." Saber-toothed tiger. Suddenly, Gong Ishio's excited voice startled them. "Look, that's a mechanical weapon." The Southern Cross Army's standard mechanical weapon, saber-toothed tiger. I did not see wrongly, it's the real deal. Needless to say, Sua Guang spoke in a dreamlike voice, and his speed is too abnormal. How can we live like this? Meteor chasing the moon. The martial artists under Old Man Yu awoke from their daze and rushed towards Tang Tian. The hall was so narrow, no matter how strong Tang Tian was, they would drown him. But people with double blood meridians were rare, and almost every person with double blood meridians would be seen as a genius. To be able to have 2 blood meridians at the same time, their starting point was higher than others. Everyone attacked together. Tang Tian had long noticed Lu Qing. His eyes flashed, his body swayed, and the few fist auras at the front started to waver. But he took the opportunity to suddenly dodge. This flash was as fast as lightning, and the few fist auras at the front brushed past his body. The great monument palm brought along a low whistle and descended from the sky. "But don't you guys feel that he is like a person?" Unin suddenly spoke. Sua Guang subconsciously touched his own neck. "Zia." Unin's face flashed a look of excitement. "Today's Tang Tian, isn't he like Zia in the past, appearing out of nowhere?" Yen Xia and Unin's faces did not look good. "Godlike young man, go, go, go!" He started to think about how to get Tang Tian and the rest's forgiveness and erase the previous grudges. He could become the first seat of the Su Shi group, not only because of his strength, but also because of his intelligence. Tang Tian took the opportunity to dash forward, dodging the blade auras and fist auras that were sneaking up on him. He exerted strength in his legs and suddenly dashed into the crowd. The narrow terrain to Tang Tian was perfect for him to unleash his terrifying strength. The steel shield instantly broke into pieces. The shards shot everywhere, and one of the shards even sank into a martial artist's body. The martial artist who blocked did not even have time to scream, and was directly sent flying, knocking down 3 people consecutively before landing on the ground. Including the 3 people that were knocked down, no one got up again. His eyes were red. A double blood meridians. Age 16? A 15-year-old young man. Definitely had a bright future. This was an extremely terrifying number, even higher than Hua Sha's after her blood meridians were activated. Yen Xia was stunned, and he thought even more. Other than being in charge of the daily affairs of Phylan Star, the Star Master was not without tasks. One of the most important tasks of the Star Master was to recommend more talented young men to the top, and this was why there was a Stargate trial. Very strong. Yen Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration and surprise. So direct and efficient, unlike the martial artists of this era. Go. Lu Qing's strength was comparable to Ji Tian, and in order to save people, he did not hold back. His fists were like meteors, whistling as they pounced towards Tang Tian. The martial technique that Lu Qing relied on to make his name, Meteor Fist, A rank 6 martial technique, the punches were fast and heavy and had shocking power. This time it was a complete mess. The meteor fist aura that was bounced off, smashed into the crowd, and it was a complete mess. He naturally could not watch old Man Yu die tragically in the hands of Tang Tian, and seeing that the situation was critical, he could not care about anything else, and pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was now completely in a state of chaos, and rushed in front of Lu Qing like lightning. His speed was so fast that Lu Qing was shocked. But from the corner of his eyes he saw that his comrade had saved old Man Yu, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He crossed his fists, and like a slippery loach, he tried to burrow into the crowd. "This guy is too violent," Ling Su mumbled. "Not at all righteous, but it feels good." He knew that Tang Tian was powerful, and his first move was a killing move. "Bing, protect Da Shui and Ling Su." "Stop!" Boom! The martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack was shocked beyond words. But his reaction was fast. He raised the shield on his arm, lowered his center of gravity, and poured all of his true power into his arms. The opponents were like harvesting wheat, falling one by one. It was a spectacular scene. Bing carried Ling Su and landed beside Gu Shui. His huge figure was like a wall blocking in front of Gu Shui. Just as Gong Yixue was talking, Bing was like grabbing a chick, grabbing a martial artist who tried to attack Gu Shui, and with a kacha sound he immediately broke his opponent's neck. Yan Xia was a little envious and a little regretful. Yan Xia and the rest were hiding in the corner. They were also shocked by Tang Tian's aggressiveness. Unin Suaguang's face was pale, and looked at the invincible Tang Tian with a face of fear. Yan Xia was stunned. The fist aura smashed onto the wall, and immediately the limestone flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. "Zia!" Yan Xia was startled. He shook his head. Zia was much more powerful than Tang Tian back then, and directly reached the top. "Who?" Yan Xia asked casually. Unin's expression froze after a moment. He then turned his stiff neck, his face extremely pale. "Is it really double blood meridians?" Yan Xia patted Gong Yixue's shoulder. He was very clear. Wanting to obtain the saber-toothed tiger was already impossible. Whether Ling Su and Tang Tian were outsiders or not, the Star Master would not mind. And there was also a mechanical martial artist with unfathomable strength. Such a team. Even if the deacon was here, he would not be forceful. As expected, he is more powerful than we thought. Unin felt that everything that he had seen today was so bizarre. Where did such a powerful mechanical martial artist come from? The great monument palm print that was like a monument, like a meteorite, smashed onto the ground. Everyone felt the ground jump, countless dust flew, and the surrounding martial artists were all enveloped in it. A few martial artists who could not dodge in time wailed in pain, causing people's hearts to tremble. He waved his mace, the terrifying sound of the wind, was enough to cause people's hearts to tremble. Tang Tian roared at the air. A bronze figure swept across the hall and pulled Ling Su up. A figure pounced towards Tang Tian. It was actually Lu Qing. He originally did not want to make a move. Seeing Ji Tian's miserable state caused his heart to feel cold. But he had never thought that old Man Yu was actually not Tang Tian's opponent. Yan Xiao's face was also very ugly. A strange look flashed past his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "It's double blood meridians. Tang Tian must have activated 2 blood meridians. The Hua brothers' dwarf blood and angel blood should be in his hands. With such power and speed, there is only one possibility. He absorbed both blood meridians." Tang Tian suddenly pulled out a double-headed mace. It was Hua Sha's weapon. The weight was a shocking 600 caddies, extremely heavy. It was definitely a great killing weapon. Tang Tian's own strength was about 5 times that of a normal martial artist, and adding the dwarf blood, his strength had already reached 10 times that of a normal martial artist. Lu Qing was shocked. He had personally seen old Man Yu vomit blood from Tang Tian's great monument palm. At that moment, he could not care about his image. His body curled up like a prawn and shrunk into the crowd. "Let me go." Ling Su was like an angry cat, of course a panda. He was extremely unhappy that he had fallen to the point of being protected by someone. He struggled with all his might in Bing's hands, but Bing's palms were like iron pincers. But there were some people who could not only withstand external blood meridians, but could also withstand more than one type of blood meridians, such as double blood meridians. Chapter 171. Dang, dang, dang. Did he just activate his blood meridians? This mechanical martial artist was much more powerful than what everyone had imagined. Who would have thought that there would be such a strong mechanical martial artist in the world? Su Changtian gasped for breath. Bang! The two broadaxes dropped to the ground. He did not have the strength to pick them up. He gasped for breath with all his might. His chest felt like it was on fire. Perspiration soaked through his clothes. His two arms did not seem to belong to him. Bing glanced at Su Changtian. Without saying a word, he carried the unconscious Tang Tian and the mace. Clang, clang, clang. His heavy footsteps did not seem to be fast or slow. This brought such a strong strength. Clang, clang, clang. Buzz. Tang Tian's heart trembled, borrowing the force of the recoil. His entire body flipped backwards. He flew back at an even faster speed. Master, are you all right? Yan Xia rushed to Su Changtian. Help me out. Su Changtian gasped for breath. The sound of metal clashing was even more deafening than before. It made everyone's ears go numb. Su Changtian opened his mouth to speak, but he did not expect that Tang Tian did not even give him the chance to speak. The mace appeared above his head again. This time, it was even stronger than before. Tang Tian's sharp eyes noticed Lu Qing and old Manu. Immediately he cried out. His legs kicked hard. He soared into the air. The mace in his hands was raised up high. Killing intent filled his heart. Tang Tian naturally used all his strength. A huge bronze figure, like a bronze wall, appeared in front of Xia Yan without warning. Kill. But the mechanical martial artist that suddenly appeared had power that made Su Changtian's heart tremble. The short stranger was quickly seen as an enemy by Tang Tian. The opponent was short and stout, but he was extremely sturdy. The two broad axes in his hands looked extremely heavy. He quickly placed them in front of him. He was in a defensive position. Tang Tian was extremely excited from the fight. He seemed to have lost all his strength. Tang Tian's roar reverberated throughout the arena. Tang Tian only felt a valiant power that was not inferior to his own, forcefully blocking his mace. The mace in his hands felt as though it had smashed into an incomparably thick copper wall. Before he could react, Tang Tian roared again. Carrying the mace, he pounced at Su Changtian at an even faster speed. Damn it! Yan Xia was a smart man. He knew that the situation had changed. Could it be, damn it, Lord Deacon? Yan Xia recognized Deacon Su Changtian at a glance and was shocked. You must be sincere. No matter what kind of compensation they want, you must agree to it. Su Changtian said in a low voice. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, I'll take you there. That's more sincere. The four of them were scared silly. These 4 words were like a ghost floating in their minds. The impact of this scene was so strong that it far exceeded the battle between Tang Tian and old Manu. They even forgot to go and support him. Su Changtian's limbs were weak. He had no strength at all. He panted desperately. His face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat. But at this time he still shouted, Don't fight! Let's talk this out. Tang Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Thinking of the humiliation Ah Shui had suffered, he was filled with anger. Such an old bastard, who knew how many people would suffer in this world. Su Changtian was already on the verge of collapse. He could not help but rejoice. If he really lost to Tang Tian, it would be really embarrassing. Yan Xia and the others were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. They did not expect that Lord Deacon would actually be suppressed by Tang Tian. Dang! Su Changtian's heart trembled. He did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated his true power and raised both his axes. Su Changtian was known for his strength. It was not that there were no people who were stronger than him, but he had never seen anyone who was stronger than him. His strength had always been something that he was proud of. He did not expect that he would actually be suppressed today. Suddenly, a biting cold and ferocious axe aura suddenly lit up in front of him. Who? Yan Xiao's heart turned cold. But when his gaze landed on Tang Tian, who was in the saber-toothed tiger's hands, he was stunned. Tang Tian had fainted for some reason. Dang! Tang Tian was completely enraged. The blood mist in his body was fusing into his flesh and blood at an even faster speed. Tang Tian's eyes started to show traces of blood. Under the huge recoil, Tang Tian, who was flying out forcefully, turned his body in midair. With an even faster speed, he pounced towards Su Changtian again. Waving the mace in his hands, Tang Tian was like a madly dancing whirlwind sweeping across the hall. Everywhere they went, screams rang out as if they were crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. His speed was incomparably fast to begin with, and the martial artists couldn't even escape. Competing in strength? Su Changtian heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "That's good. That's good." Until another unfamiliar figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone then awoke from their daze. Using all his strength. How is that possible? Ka. Wah. Such a strong fellow. Just at this time, Onin rushed over. Hearing what the deacon said, they were all stunned. They could not believe their ears. Kill. Thinking of the Star Master's instructions, Su Changtian took a deep breath. He felt lucky that he had arrived in time. All the strength in his body burst forth. The mace that was raised high above his head suddenly disappeared from his hands. Only those martial artists with good eyesight could see the extremely heavy mace sweeping through the air at high speed. Every sharp fang was trembling violently, stirring up the air and emitting a deep and numbing sound. Su Changtian laughed bitterly in his heart. His gaze unconsciously fell on the unconscious Tang Tian. His heart was in turmoil. Seeing the ferocious Tang Tian, Lu Qing was scared out of his wits. He no longer had any fighting spirit. Supporting old Manu, he rushed towards a collapsed gap. Tang Tian revealed a sinister smile. Fighting till now, he was in a completely berserk state. He felt like his whole body was on fire. Although the blood mist in his body had absorbed the dwarf and angel blood, it was not completely digested. It made Tang Tian extremely excited. Tang Tian did not have any intention of retreating. His opponent could actually contend with him in terms of strength. This only made his fighting spirit boil even more. Only when Su Changtian's body had sunk to his knees and was close to the ground did Xia Yan wake up from his dream. His expression changed, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed towards Tang Tian. That is, Tang Tian frantically waved the mace and desperately smashed it towards Su Changtian. Su Changtian's body was like a large iron nail being hammered by a sledgehammer, sinking inch by inch. Su Changtian's face was red. His hands were numb. He was completely relying on his breath to hold on. Tang Tian's attack frequency made him unable to breathe. He did not dare to open his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, his strength would dissipate. He gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the deacon anxiously shout, "Stop! Go die!" Yan Xia's body froze in place. He almost suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. How could such tender words come from the mouth of the cold and vicious deacon who killed without blinking an eye? Tang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, but he did not panic. His momentum had risen to the extreme. Even if Xia came, he would not have the slightest bit of fear. Tang Tian flew 5 or 6 feet and fell rapidly like a meteor. Lu Qing and old Manu were quickly magnified in his eyes. He could clearly see the shock on their faces. Every inch of his joints seemed to be groaning. Every piece of muscle was mobilized. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, his body was like a bow that was bent in the opposite direction. His body stretched taut to the extreme. The mace that was raised high was forcefully pulled up a few inches. Yen Xia was shocked. He hesitated for a while and said softly, "I injured one of the Gu family's guards. Other than that, there are no other conflicts." Yen Xia was overwhelmed. Master did not even have the strength to come out. He immediately went forward and helped Master out of the pit. An astonishing power came from the axes. Su Changtian was overwhelmed with shock. Tang Tian's mace was actually stronger than before. His feet sank. The stone floor shattered like a biscuit up to his ankles. To Tang Tian, it was extremely dangerous. But to him, it was equally dangerous. Su Changtian glanced around. Suddenly he asked softly, "You didn't create any enmity, right?" "Go, go, go." With a sharp whistle, Tang Tian shot forward. His speed was actually faster than before. He was actually beaten up so badly by a person who had just activated his blood meridians. If this news were to spread, he would definitely be the laughingstock of the other 3 deacons. And this mechanical martial artist. The concentrated sounds of collisions were like a raging storm. Others could only see Tang Tian rushing towards Lu Qing and old Manu like an arrow. But he flew back at an even faster speed. The shocking collisions stopped abruptly. The deafening sound of metal colliding suppressed all the other sounds. The mace and the axes clashed without any fancy moves. Martial artists with common sense would not easily fight before they had completely absorbed and digested the blood meridians. Su Changtian was overwhelmed with shock. He was the closest and saw it the clearest. This mechanical martial artist was extremely accurate. Tang Tian, who was like a raging storm, was instantly knocked unconscious. Tang Tian had just activated his blood meridians. The power of the blood meridians had not been completely digested. Tang Tian's frenzied state just now was due to the backlash of the blood meridians. It was extremely dangerous, being held onto Tang Tian with one hand, and the other hand held onto the ferocious double-headed mace. The huge mace in Bing's hands was like a child's toy. This person, who suddenly appeared, actually blocked his attack. Tang Tian felt his prey slipping away. The anger and unhappiness in his heart rose up. "Let's talk this through." Yen Xia's pupils dilated. He suddenly remembered what it was. His face changed. So fast. He could not imagine that such a heavy mechanical weapon could actually have such a shocking speed. Tang Tian, who was in a coma, was like a baby. Tang Tian's eyes widened in anger, and his words were like thunder. His own power was actually suppressed. He still could not believe it, but when his entire body felt weak, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Su Changtian heaved a sigh of relief. The strong recoil caused his wrist to go numb. Yen Xia was shocked. Without thinking, he forcefully stopped his attack. The eyes of the saber-toothed tiger coldly glanced at him. "Who?" Su Changtian said. "Later on, all of you go and apologize to Gu Shui. Remember, no one is allowed to be unreasonable." Chapter 172. It's true. Ah Su, your hair has turned silver. Gu Shui said seriously. "Ah Shui this." Tang Tian pointed at Su Changtian and the rest blankly with a blank face. Ling Su, who was about to explode, saw the strands of half-blue and half-silver hair in Tang Tian's hands. But as if he was struck by lightning, he stood there in a daze. Dang, dang, dang. Gu Shui smiled and suddenly thought of something. "Tian, I need your help with something." Gu Shui heard the commotion behind him and turned to see Tang Tian. His face immediately lit up and shouted happily, "Tian!" When Tang Tian woke up, he opened his eyes in a daze. "All right." Tang Tian nodded his head. Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian's indignant look and was elated and laughed. "Uncle Mu has recovered. It was that Deacon Su who used spirit medicine to cure him. He apologized to Uncle Mu and gave Uncle Mu a bronze treasure as compensation. Uncle Mu has already forgiven them. It should be a backlash. Bing yawned. It's fine now. Gu Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Tang Tian looked at the empty courtyard and suddenly tilted his head. He felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for half a day, Tang Tian suddenly smacked his head. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Tang Tian's heart felt even weirder. The young lady who had recovered asked Tang Tian with her eyes lit up. The plan I gave you, did you use it? How was the result? So troublesome. Yaya, when can you learn to speak? Tang Tian caressed Yaya's little head and muttered as he lifted the quilt and got off the bed. Su Changtian laughed and said, We won't bother you two anymore. Rest assured, Patriarch Gu. With us around, no one can harm the Gu family. Suddenly, A Shui's voice came from outside the house. Wait. Tang Tian immediately sat up. He remembered that he was clearly fighting with someone else. So why did he suddenly appear here? Ah Shui, you have to be careful. There are many bad people in society. Tang Tian said to Gu Shui earnestly, Don't be easily deceived by the disguise of the bad guys. With me around, I'll beat up anyone who dares to bully you. Pig breed. Ling Su's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the corner of his eyes twitched. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes widened. These two fellows wouldn't starve to death, right? Don't bother me for the next few days. I'm going into seclusion to comprehend the spear. With that, he ignored Tang Tian and Gu Shui and turned to walk outside, leaving behind these words. That! Tang Tian had rushed to Ling Su's side and curiously tugged at Ling Su's hair. So strange it's not dyed. I heard that there are some very special breeds of pigs, and as they grow, the color of their hair will change. I didn't expect that, Ling Su. You're also a strange breed. Gu Shui shook her head. I need to make some preparations. Although I don't know what to look out for with the five-eyed stone man, I still need to make some simple preparations. But with Tian around, I can rest assured. The little girl said pitifully. Tang Tian's expression became even more strange, and he looked at Su Changtian and the others suspiciously, wondering what these fellows were up to. Hey, uncle! Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, What's going on? Gu Shui came back to her senses, and she also revealed a puzzled expression, shaking her head. I don't know either, but they said that in a few days there will be an important guest coming, and they told us to prepare. Su Changtian and the other four lined up in a row, and very uniformly revealed a harmless smile. Su Changtian patted his chest, his face awe-inspiring and righteous. Yen Xia and the other three, under the lead of a stranger, lined up in a row, and all of them bowed to Ah Shui with fawning smiles on their faces. Ah Shui's voice was filled with deep concern and a trace of nervousness. Tang Tian's heart warmed, and then he deliberately laughed out loud, patting his chest loudly. Ayaya, this godlike young man has copper muscles and iron bones. This is just a small problem. It's just a small accident. I'm now strong enough to kill Ling Su. She retracted her gaze without a trace and smiled at Tang Tian. Then I'll go and prepare. When I'm ready, I'll come and find you. Tang Tian felt a little guilty and hurriedly ran back to the courtyard he used to live in. There was no trace of Ling Su in the courtyard. This fellow must have gone somewhere to practice his spear. I want to drink water, the little girl said angrily. Half of her hair was sea blue, and the other half was silver. Tang Tian unconsciously took out the hair that he just plucked and placed it in front of Ling Su. Here, look, it's all silver down there. Luckily, he didn't starve to death. Tang Tian heard that he was fine and made an oh sound and looked at Bing curiously. Hey, uncle, why are you so sleepy? He walked out of the room and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Such a clumsy method, and you want to lie to me? Ling Su was not moved and got into a stance. His spear pointed straight at Tang Tian and clenched his teeth. Come, let's decide the winner. Ling Su stood rooted to the ground, his expression fluctuating. Deacon Su is here to apologize. Gu Shui smiled like a flower and looked up. Gu Shui's skin was as white as snow, her appearance beautiful. This smile made Tang Tian fall into a daze. I'm old. I can't compare to you brats. Bing yawned continuously, his eyes filled with tears, and said unclearly, Go and break. Yaya jumped onto Tang Tian's shoulder and waved her little hands at Gu Shui. A series of quick footsteps. Pa, a small figure rushed in like a wisp of smoke and jumped onto Tang Tian's body. Yaya squeaked and waved her little hands. Her little face puffed up. She was extremely excited. Tang Tian felt that everything that happened today was weird. All right, Shui, what's going on with those fellows from Su Shi Group? The little girl took a bite and frowned and said unclearly, So disgusting. Following that, with an astonishing speed, she finished the biscuit in Tang Tian's hand. The speed was so fast that it caused Tang Tian to be dumbstruck. How hungry must it be? Tang Tian, who had a guilty conscience, carefully pushed open the door. The layout inside was exactly the same as before. No one had been here. Tang Tian tiptoed to the cupboard, opened the door, and saw the angry look in the little girl's eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ah, Shui, don't be this asshole's accomplice. Ling Su had a I will not be fooled expression on his face. Finished, he disappeared. After a moment, he coldly snorted, Silver is better. Tang Tian felt even more guilty. He was at a loss. He wanted to persuade the little girl not to cry, but he didn't know where to start. But apologize. Hey, Asu, your hair really changed. Gu Shui exclaimed. Tang Tian's gaze made Su Changtian and the others' smile stiffen. They quickly bid farewell and left. Tang Tian's face was solemn as he whispered to Gu Shui, Seems like this matter, Ling Su suffered a huge blow. As the little girl spoke, she began to cry. His body was covered with a soft quilt. The quilt emitted a faint fragrance. The mattress under his body was also extremely soft. It was so comfortable that Tang Tian didn't want to get up. There were still 2 people hiding in the cupboard. The little girl's crying turned from a whimper to a loud wail. Her tears and snot splattered everywhere. Tang Tian was at a loss. How did he wake up from his sleep? This world had completely changed. Not good, I've been caught. The overjoyed Tang Tian immediately brought the 2 out. Gu Shui quickly went to work. Gu Shui's expression revealed a hint of determination. The past few days made her deeply understand that without strength, she couldn't even protect herself. She originally planned to use the 5-eyed golem after Tang Tian left. This battle made her decide to use the 5-eyed golem in advance. If she could activate the snow, rainbow blood meridians, then she wouldn't completely become Tian's burden. With that said, Tang Tian pretended to glare fiercely at Su Changtian and the others. Just as he pulled out the scarf from the little girl's mouth, the little girl scolded. Do you want to starve us to death? To think that I even gave you advice. You're a bad person. Sob, sob, sob. I'm hungry. He said with some guilt. Do you want more? Oh. Tang Tian reacted, quickly took out a piece of biscuit, and brought it to the little girl's mouth. Gu Shui was deep in thought. Tian, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? This, Su Changtian quickly revealed a harmless smile. Something wrong. Tang Tian's eyes immediately widened. What's wrong? What's wrong? Tang Tian felt that it was better for him to keep his mouth shut. Sure enough, after crying for more than 10 minutes, the little girl stopped crying, but her nose was still twitching, and her face was a big mess. Where is this? Only then did Gu Shui let out a sigh of relief. Tang Tian listened, patted his chest without hesitation. What's the matter? Just say it. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face, but his eyes suddenly lit up, and he widened his eyes as he pointed at Ling Su's hair. Ling Su, what's wrong with your hair? No problem. Tang Tian agreed without thinking. He felt that this was a matter of course. With him looking after it, it would not be easy for accidents to happen. He tilted his head and asked, Do you want to start now? She immediately left Su Changtian and ran towards Tang Tian while holding her skirt. I want to use the 5-eyed golem to see if it can help with the blood meridians. But I don't know much about the 5-eyed golem. I don't know what will happen, so I'll have to trouble Tian to look after it from the side. I'll kill you first." Ling Su's face was gloomy, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. His eyes suddenly turned into a ball of fire. Bing floated out lazily. His poker face looked like he was not fully awake, and his two curved, thick eyebrows drooped. "Oh, there's a problem with absorbing the power of the blood meridians." His gaze stared blankly at the few strands of hair in Tang Tian's hand. Tang Tian was a little surprised and twitched his mouth. Luckily, they know what's good for them, or else. I'll definitely not let them go. This guy's brain must be fried. Didn't you guys want to deal with the Gu clan? Tang Tian fed her a few mouthfuls of water again. Tang Tian laughed coldly. Who's he letting? We'll make preparations just because he wants us to? Is there something wrong with his brain? They injured Uncle Mu. This matter won't be over so easily. Her gaze was fixated on Tang Tian's face, and seeing this distinct face, her heart immediately calmed down. Tang Tian looked at the few of them with an even weirder gaze. Chapter 173. Bing completely did not notice Tang Tian's expression and continued to speak in a relaxed tone. This is because your level is lower and you are still working hard. If not, the amount of star rocks would be endless. But when these 170 star rocks are used up, you can almost reach the 6th level. The 5th level crane-style chi manual slowly revolved. The surrounding energy, as though it was being pulled by a big hand, quickly surged towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was like a huge and powerful whirlpool. With that, Tang Tian turned and left with a fierce look on his face. Tang Tian used both his hands and feet, rolling and crawling, his entire body covered in dust, his clothes tattered, his sinister face, blank eyes, a blank mind, did not make him give up. "Shut up," Tang Tian said fiercely and immediately snorted. "Isn't it just 1,000,000 star coins? A godlike young lad. Will he be stumped by a mere 1,000,000 star coins? Humph. I'm just short of 100 star coins." Bing continued to speak in a relaxed tone without even lifting his eyelids. With a large amount of energy replenished, Tang Tian, who was meditating, relaxed his expression. "Run. Run with all his might." "Oh, just a little bit more," Bing said casually. When Tang Tian struggled out of the valley of starvation, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. His blank and lifeless expression was the expression of extreme fatigue. He was like a lifeless puppet, instinctively sat cross-legged, and started to revolve his mental cultivation. Losing to despair was too humiliating. Despair was his enemy, the enemy he fought against. With the increase in strength and speed, the power of his martial techniques had increased by quite a bit. Bing touched his chin. He thought about the problem of the fighter. Ghost Claw's power was not bad, but the price of summoning it was too high, and the time was short. The price-to-performance ratio was very bad. And once Tang Tian learnt the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, the two's characteristics would overlap. The only thing he thought about was the few battles he had experienced in this period of time. Tang Tian was completely infuriated by Bing's indifferent attitude and was about to pounce forward. However, Tang Tian was also very clear that martial skills had now become his shortcoming. Whether it was speed or strength, Old Man knew was far inferior to him. However, he was able to contend against him because of his powerful martial skills. Cultivate, Yaya. After closing the cupboard, Tang Tian also felt a headache. How was he going to deal with these two captives, one big and one small? "I forgot." The little girl's bright black eyes immediately widened as she screamed. "How could you forget? How could you forget such an important matter? I've spent so much time thinking about it, but you've actually forgotten about it. Boo-hoo! Everything was hopeless." Screams echoed in the sky of the Valley of Starvation once again. "Actually, it's not a big problem," Bing said lazily, and just as Tang Tian was about to pounce on him again, his tone changed. "It's just that the quantity is not enough." Tang Tian lifted Bing's leg and smashed it down. Bang! Bing's head was stuck under the stone slab. The little girl's eyes almost popped out. She could not believe that she was being treated like that. Her face was filled with anger. Bing's poker face was shaken by Tang Tian to the point that people were worried that it would fall off any time. But he still kept his eyes closed and said casually, "Do you think you're lacking money? Young lad, don't belittle yourself. Oh, Shui will definitely be willing to fork out the money. She's a ready-made gold mine. She's definitely a Ms. Perfect." This discovery made him overjoyed. "All right, you're full now. You won't starve to death for a few days," Tang Tian said as he carried the two of them towards the cupboard. "Brother Hingzhan, I know you won't die even if you starve for a month. To not give me more trouble, I won't feed you. Young lad, don't place too much emphasis on money. That's just like dirt. You must treat money like dirt. But come to think of it, what is dirt? It's fertilizer. So, dirt and stuff, the more the better. Forget it. When the boat reaches the bridgehead." Tang Tian did not say anything else. He threw the matter of the two captives to the back of his head. Tang Tian straightforwardly stuffed the silk handkerchief back into the young lady's mouth. Bing suddenly appeared with 3 star rocks in his hands. Pa! He crushed the star rocks, and the energy around him suddenly rose. Under the strong suction force, the energy quickly entered Tang Tian's body. One level 6 star rock's price was 20,000 star coins. 100 of them would be 2 million star coins. And he only had 1 million star coins on him. His strength had increased by 10%, reaching 11 times that of a normal person. And his speed had also increased by 10%. Other than that, Tang Tian could clearly feel that his control over his body had greatly increased. Tang Tian's body quality had reached an unimaginable level. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. His expression was sinister, as though he was in the middle of a battle. He could not kill him, nor could he let him go. It was truly troublesome. Rubble flew everywhere, but Bing was fine. Even his posture did not change. The Gu family's wealth is still not bad. 1 million star coins is just a drizzle. A bronze star treasure is enough. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it. Don't worry. Shui definitely loves you. Don't talk about 1 million star coins. Even. The more Tang Tian listened, the angrier he got. He picked up Bing and smashed the floor. Seems like I have to observe for a while. The gale that blew against his face took away his body's true power. His dantian and meridians were empty. They were cleaner than if they had been washed. His physical strength was depleting at an alarming rate. His entire body seemed to be on fire. His throat was forever smoky. Tang Tian laid Zhai Hengzhan down. Zhai Hengzhan's eyes were closed. He looked like he was sleeping. He was very calm. The quantity is not enough. Tang Tian was stunned. He stammered, 70. 70 is not enough? Tang Tian caressed the little girl's head. His face was filled with pride. Injured? Tang Tian's eyes widened. He asked angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Everything is under control." Bing did not even bat an eyelid. "Aren't you fine now?" "This method is the fastest." Tang Tian blinked his eyes innocently. "I forgot about it while I was fighting. Don't be so angry. But I think the result is good. I didn't fight for nothing. Seems like your level planning is not that good. Everything can be settled with just one fight. You still made it so complicated. Little friend, you still need to improve." Bing closed his eyes. His face was relaxed. He waved his empty arm in the air. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. After a while he reacted. He scratched his head and laughed. "I forgot." Although the improvement was slow and hard to detect, but to an experienced instructor he could still sense it. Just at this moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Upon seeing Bing, he was excited. "Hey, uncle. My true power has improved. Wah. The Valley of Starvation is really effective." Every 6th level star rock was worth more than 20,000 star coins. Tang Tian had a total of 76th level star rocks. That meant he had spent 60,000 star coins. A little? That's good. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. How many more? He was fighting. Bing raised his other hand. He signaled Tang Tian to stop. You better think about the problem of the star rocks. Tang Tian, you can't be arrogant. 3 6th level star rocks. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. The little girl whimpered angrily. The little girl rolled her eyes at Tang Tian. Tang Tian then placed the little girl on Zhai Hengzhan's body. Looking at the little girl's eyes, he warned, "You better not have any crooked thoughts. If not, hee." Tang Tian, who was free, started to train. Once he moved his body, he realized that after absorbing the blood meridians, his strength and speed had a slight increase. Bing's poker face laughed at himself. But why was he so sleepy these few days? Bing felt weird. What made him feel weird was that he could feel his own strength was slowly increasing. Sleepiness seemed to have something to do with this. Bing floated in the air. His gaze landed on Tang Tian's face. His poker face looked sluggish. The training in the Valley of Starvation was good, but the process was painful. Very few could endure it. For the recruits to train, the Valley of Starvation was a compulsory course, but very few were willing to take the initiative to train. Cough, cough, cough. Bing's voice came from below the stone slab. Don't use the word scheme. This method is the easiest. Ah Shui is such a good person. 100 stones. Tang Tian looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood rooted to the ground. The endless canyon made him feel hopeless. Behind him was the tireless bone-gnawing wolf. His legs felt like lead. The rugged mountain road made him feel hopeless. The air he breathed felt like it was being cut by knives. His lips were dry. His body was exhausted. His mind was blank. An intense pain filled Tang Tian's body. He cried out, "How can we be so extravagant?" Tang Tian fell for it. He stopped and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with the star rocks?" Tang Tian, who was completely enraged, rushed forward. He grabbed Bing's neck with both his hands. He shook Bing's neck and roared, "Dung? Then give me 1,000,000 dung." Bing said lazily, "I spent 3 6th level star rocks. If it doesn't work, you can go bang your head against the wall." All right. The young man who inherited the Southern Cross Army was different. He could be bitten by the bone-gnawing wolf, but he could not allow himself to lose to despair. The concentration of energy is not enough. Bing was still lazy and unmoved. He laid down and supported his head with one arm. There are conditions to train in the Valley of Starvation. If the concentration of energy is not enough, not only will the progress be slow, it will also easily injure the dantian and meridians. "You bastard! Shameless!" Tang Tian scolded. "You are actually scheming for Ah Shui's assets. You are so sinister." The scream stopped. Bing rubbed his chin in sorrow. A cool feeling flowed through his meridians. It flowed through his body. Tang Tian told himself in his heart. He entered the Valley of Starvation and started to continue his cruel training. All right, once this training starts, it cannot end. If not, it will cause permanent damage to your dantian and meridians. But he could no longer remember how those fellows nurtured Bud spirit generals in the past. It was truly worrisome. Chapter 174. Tang Tian tried his best to encourage himself. Time seemed to have frozen. His understanding of blood meridians was pitiful, but he knew that the snow rainbow blood meridians was unusually important to Ah Shui. Gu Shui took a deep breath, stood in front of the five-eyed golem, and started to make one gesture after another. Gu Shui and Tang Tian's expressions were very solemn. The five-eyed golem could help the blood meridians, but no one knew how much it could do. Tang Tian did not even dare to breathe and clenched his fists tightly. The 7 light rays lit up one after another, but Gu Shui's expression calmed down instead. Her expression was serene, with a tinge of solemnity. Her originally beautiful appearance became even more beautiful and alluring than before. Tang Tian clenched his fists and sighed in his heart. Tang Tian could understand this determination, and he was very familiar with it, so he did not try to persuade her. Tang Tian could see that Gu Shui was really nervous. Usually, she would not speak so much. He could not help but have an urge to persuade Ah Shui not to use it. But when his gaze met Ah Shui's eyes, he shut his mouth. Ah Shui's eyes were filled with nervousness and fear. But more than that, it was determination. Although the blood membrane covered Ah Shui's body, it was too thin and stuck tightly to Ah Shui's skin. Ah Shui's graceful body was instead outlined vividly. How was Ah Shui? Did she succeed? Tang Tian's eyes widened, and he started to clench his teeth again, and his fists unconsciously clenched. Seeing that Tang Tian was confused, Gu Shui explained, "I am afraid that others will know. If the news of the five-eyed golem is leaked, then we will definitely not be able to protect it. The fewer people who know, the better." The demonic and dark red eyes lit up one by one, and when the 5 gestures were completed, all 5 eyes lit up. Gu Shui panted slightly, and the 5 gestures made her sweat profusely. That's right. This was a battle. This was a test of willpower. This was a battle. Gu Shui carefully took out the 5-eyed statue and placed it on the ground nearby. It was an empty room, and all the debris had been cleared away. "Young man, cheer up. What's wrong with you? So weak? Keep your eyes open. You have to inspect every detail. If something goes wrong, you can deal with it. If you had been distracted on the battlefield, you would have died long ago. Maintain your focus, concentrate." Bing noticed Tang Tian's absent-mindedness and lightly coughed to remind him. The scene before him was indescribably strange, causing Tang Tian to feel a chill down his spine. After all, he was too unfamiliar with things like bloodlines. However, he knew that the change in front of him wasn't a bad thing. Gu Shui smiled sweetly at Tang Tian. "Thank you, Tian." Tang Tian was flustered as he asked Bing in his heart. Bing was right. That was Tang Tian's first reaction. He completely did not think that even if something was wrong, how would he deal with it? Ah Shui, whose entire body was covered by the blood membrane, was definitely curvaceous. With Tang Tian's culture, he definitely did not know that there was such a word in this world, but what he was feeling now was exactly the same as this word. The thin blood membrane was like a tight-fitting red leather coat, perfectly accentuating Ah Shui's hot figure. At this time, Gu Shui opened her eyes in a daze. Oh, young man, my back is turned. I will definitely not peek." "Don't worry. As an instructor, my professional conduct is definitely reassuring." Gu Shui's delicate body trembled, her face showing a trace of pain. Bing's roar reverberated in Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, his expression sinister, and used all the strength in his body. On the surface of the blood membrane, there were many cracks. Tang Tian did not dare to blink. His heart was filled with anxiety. Tang Tian did not have time to care about the problem of the star coins, because Ah Shui was already prepared. The 5-eyed statue's red light beam shone on Ah Shui's body, and the clothes on Ah Shui's body started to burn. As time passed, Tang Tian, who was sweating profusely, did not dare to move. Sweat trickled down from his forehead and dripped onto his eyelashes. Tang Tian did not dare to blink. In fact, his hands were clenched into fists. From the start till now, he did not move at all. So he saw the moment the clothes were burnt to ashes, the snow-like skin. So he saw the smooth and delicate. So he saw the seductive erect. Damn it! Such a tough battle. Gu Shui, who was in midair, did not notice that she was in midair, panicked, and lost control of her body and fell to the ground. No buts. As a warrior, this is war. Do you understand war? If you close your eyes, then you are surrendering, and you are admitting defeat. "Uncle, what do we do?" Bing coughed lightly and encouraged Tang Tian loudly. "Young man, open your eyes wide. You have to look carefully. If you don't look carefully, if something goes wrong, your reaction will not be able to keep up." "Who? Tang Tian clenched his teeth, his eyes were wide open, and his forehead was full of sweat. Deep breaths, deep breaths. After a full 10 seconds, a snow-white, perfect body, completely presented in front of Tang Tian. Gu Shui suddenly reacted and subconsciously screamed, but just as she screamed, she suddenly reacted. If it attracted other people, it would be bad. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she immediately covered her mouth. The rainbow light gradually dimmed, and at this time, the 5 beams of red light shot out by the 5-eyed statue became as thick as blood. Tang Tian's expression froze on his face. Gu Shui's expression froze on his face. Tang Tian's body froze on the spot, and Gu Shui's body froze in midair. The demonic statue seemed to be looking at Shui. Shui's face once again surfaced a look of pain, and then her body trembled violently, even more violently than before. Tang Tian's heart suddenly jumped. Tang Tian quivered and regained his senses. He forcefully stopped in his tracks. Both of their gazes collided without any fancy moves. 5 beams of light enveloped Gu Shui's body, and Gu Shui's feet slowly left the ground, and her body slowly floated up. Gu Shui's eyes were tightly shut, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted, as though she was enduring some kind of pain, and her body was trembling slightly. A pair of strong hands caught her. If it was said just now it was the presentation of the details, then the overall visual impact now made Tang Tian fall into a trance. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his surging emotions. Shui, you can do it. Following that, the eye on the 5-eyed statue's right palm shot out a beam of red light and landed on Gu Shui's body. The left eye, right eye, and the 3 red eyes between the eyebrows also shot out beams of red light. Open your eyes wide and stay calm. Young man, fight. But Tang Tian argued. Suddenly, Shui, who was wrapped in a blood membrane floating in the air, moved. At this moment, the red eye on the 5-eyed statue's left palm suddenly shot out a demonic beam of red light, and the red light landed on Gu Shui's body. At this moment, the blood membrane on Shui's body turned into countless tiny pieces, and suddenly it exploded. Tang Tian's head felt like it was struck by lightning. When the last piece of Shui's skin was covered by the blood membrane, Tang Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. He then realized, unknowingly, he was drenched in sweat. Tang Tian was ashamed of his thoughts just now. Bing was right. If there was no demon in the heart, there would not be any distracting thoughts. Gu Shui's face turned white in a flash, but she knew the severity of the situation and did not dare to let go of the hand that was covering her mouth, for fear of attracting attention. Indeed, it was a tough battle. Everyone in this courtyard has been cleared. Gu Shui said softly, and it could be seen that she was slightly nervous. Battle, battle. Tang Tian, how can you admit defeat? Snow, rainbow. Is this the 7 colors of the rainbow? But the questions that followed made Tang Tian extremely embarrassed. Very quickly, the blood membrane on Shui's body increased and almost covered half of her body. Tang Tian grunted. For some reason, he was slightly nervous, and his palms were slightly sweaty. Even if it was a fight with the strong martial artists, Tang Tian would not be nervous, but at this moment he was slightly nervous. When Tang Tian's attention once again landed on Shui's body, he could not help but be stunned. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Is the crucial moment here? He tried his best to open his eyes wide, for fear of missing out the slightest bit. Tang Tian felt that his face was burning up, and his ears were filled with Bing's impassioned speech. This is a matter of life and death. Don't tell me you want something to happen to Shui. If you don't want to, then you have to open your eyes wide. As your instructor, I have to use my bloody experience to tell you on the battlefield a careless mistake will often result in the loss of a life. Suddenly, Shui's body lit up with a faint scarlet light aura. Following that was orange, then yellow, then green, cyan, blue, purple, 7 different colored light auras, one after another, causing Tang Tian to be dumbstruck. With every technique completed, the five-eyed golem would light up one of its eyes. Tang Tian grunted. He opened his eyes wide, and his gaze roamed around Ah Shue's body. Thus, he noticed many details that he had not noticed before. Tang Tian's face instantly turned red. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. It was the 5 golem techniques, although there were many places where Ah Shue's posture was not perfect. But Tang Tian could recognize it with one look. The young lady's face regained its calmness. That touch of determination once again returned to her face. She said softly, "Then I will begin. Don't worry, I will always guard here. Ah Shue, you can definitely do it." Tang Tian patted his chest and said loudly he wanted to use this method to make Ah Shue feel more at ease. Ah Shue's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and her body suddenly froze. Tang Tian, who was unprecedentedly focused, instantly captured every detail clearly and accurately. A young man without a devil in his heart will not have any distracting thoughts, and will always bravely open his eyes wide and look straight at his enemies. Even the air seemed to have an additional smell of blood. Her exposed skin was quickly covered by a thin layer of blood film. As the thick red light that was like blood, as long as it touched Ah Shue's skin, it would form a thin layer of blood film. Tang Tian was shocked. His legs were about to rush over, but when he noticed that the clothes that were burnt to ashes, what was revealed was her snow-white skin. There was not a single scar on it. Behind the cross door, Bing sat with his back facing the cross door, stroking his poker chin, and muttered to himself, "Such a Ms. Perfect. If I miss this, I will be struck by lightning. Fight well, young man. Oh, I have to ask around how much wealth the Gu family has." Chapter 175. Tang Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said coldly, "You talk big, you want to discipline this and that, and I thought you were powerful? With this standard, get out of the Gu family." Tang Tian's temperament was originally pure, although it did make him feel awkward at that time. No, it's silver transformation. Tang Tian grinned, suddenly took a step forward, and walked towards Old Manu and said, "Hey, Old Manu, you actually haven't left yet? Seems like I didn't hurt you the last time. The lesson wasn't deep enough." The silver spread quickly. Tang Tian heard the lady chuckle, and was surprised, and looked towards the seat of honor. A silhouette appeared in his heart. He had never seen this person before, but this silhouette was so clear in his heart. Both sides clashed without any fancy moves, and the few pressuring auras of power, their fighting intent soared. The Star Master personally came to the Gu family. This news spread at an astonishing speed. "Since your goal is Southern Cross constellation, then I will definitely find you." Old man, you had not recovered from the previous injury, and now with Tang Tian's words, his face turned green and white. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. It was the first time he knew scolding people could reach such a shocking level. Everyone present suddenly had an illusion. The slowly walking Tang Tian was like a ball of light, so dazzling that no one could look straight at him. Everyone's heart was in awe. Mu Lei's face revealed an indescribable expression, and his voice was filled with nervousness. "The Star Master is here. Young Miss is entertaining him. Young Master Tian. Young Miss invites you over." It was a pity he could not enter the martial spirit chamber. If not, he could enter the spirit region to find Sai Lei and sell a few sets of mechanical weapons, and he could earn the money. Tang Tian still had lingering fears about the tough battle, but very quickly he threw the matter to the back of his mind. Ah Shue was a good friend. To think of things that would make Ah Shue feel awkward was not right. All the mysteries were quickly revealed. The last sentence, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth," caused the temperature in the hall to plummet. The elder was so angry that he laughed, and his killing intent soared. "Since you're courting death, then don't blame me." The Star Master, who was about to speak, heard the chuckle of the girl beside him and immediately shut his mouth. He also chuckled. This kid has a pure heart. The old man's face turned green. "And the pointed sea spear can make the cultivator's body stronger. This silverization will start from the hair, then it will seep into the flesh, and then into the bones. Completely silver body, very scary. He immediately lowered his body into a horse stance, and his feet didn't move an inch. Facing his opponent's attack, he punched out. Suddenly, Amule rushed over with a strange expression on his face. The Star Master, who had been silent all this, spoke. The elder's face stiffened. He floated down from the great beam and said to Tang Tian fiercely, "Today, for the sake of the Star Master, I will let you go." Tang Tian concentrated and repeated, and could barely keep up with Bing's speed. "Su, if there comes a day when your pointed sea spear reaches a higher level, your body might undergo some changes." Tang Tian was full of confidence. When he was young, he had a conversation with his teacher, and it surfaced in his mind. The Gu family's hall had been renovated and was as good as new. The huge hall was filled with people, but it was unusually quiet. Tang Tian was secretly speechless. This Star Master had such a powerful aura. But very quickly, Tang Tian had some doubts. These people were all unfamiliar, and he had never seen them before. Gu Shue's expression suddenly became cold, and the rest of the Gu family were all dissatisfied and angry. "Work harder!" Bing shouted excitedly in Tang Tian's mind, and a series of venomous words were like a machine gun. "If you're old, then so be it. You're old, and you still come out to embarrass yourself. TSK, TSK, look, you've lost so much face. How are you going to live in the future? Relax! Your cowardice today will leave a deep impression on everyone, and it will be spread far and wide. In the future, every generation of the Yu family will remember this day deeply." Tang Tian, who regained his senses, had a cold expression. He had long disliked this rascal, and for him to make a move, it was exactly what he wanted. Tang Tian's venomous words made everyone present feel a strong, evil intent. In the future, they must never offend this rascal. Maybe suffering is Little Sue's path, but teacher, Little Sue will not give up. Old Man Yu's face was a mix of green and red. He did not expect that Tang Tian would actually humiliate him in front of the Star Master, in front of everyone. The current Gu family, no one dared to have any ideas. As Tang Tian walked, he clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. His face was filled with arrogance, as though he was a delinquent looking for trouble on the streets. These gazes were filled with surprise, admiration, jealousy, doubt, scrutiny, sizing up. A few of these gazes seemed to have substance and were extremely oppressive. "Star coins. Oh, I understand. You're too old. Men and what not have left you." Everyone's gazes all turned to look at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was immersed in training. The star rocks in his hands were being depleted at an alarming rate. Just like a thrifty person, when he started spending lavishly, he would feel the pinch. But once he got used to spending, he would not feel the pinch. What made Tang Tian even more surprised was that his true power was improving at a godly speed. Bing praised in Tang Tian's heart. "Good scolding. Young lad, you have some of my style now." Tang Tian was not afraid and looked towards the few gazes. "Presumptuous." Old Man Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight on his back. His face was pale and his breathing was weak. When he saw the lady sitting on the main seat, his entire body froze and his soul flew out. Gu Shui was the first to notice Tang Tian, and his eyes lit up. "Tian!" "Teacher, is it to become stronger?" "You traitor!" "Empowering? Turning your body into silver?" "Star Master!" Tang Tian was stunned. What is he doing here? Ling Su's fists clenched tightly, his expression sinister. Bing said that he still needed 106th level star rocks, and this number was rather accurate. Tang Tian saw Mu Lei's anxious expression and immediately said, "I'll go take a look now." "Uncle Mu, don't worry, I'm here." "Wow, that must be very powerful." "That's great. I want to be empowering too." Every martial artist of the Gu family who had activated the Snow Rainbow Blood Meridians were all powerful martial artists. Those martial artists who did not object to Old Man Yu's bullying of the Gu family all came forward to express their goodwill. Su Changtian's attitude, was close to flattering him. Tang Tian, who was originally not proper, paused, the light in his eyes increased, and he took a step forward. Tang Tian made a face at the elder and stuck out his tongue, which attracted a few chuckles. The limestone under Tang Tian's feet shattered, and his feet sank, but his body did not move. The elder felt as though he had hit a steel wall, and a huge rebounding force came, and his body flew backwards, flipping continuously in the air, and stopped on a beam high up in the hall. Bang! Pooh! When Tang Tian shifted his gaze, his eyes suddenly congealed. Ling Su muttered softly. Tang Tian turned his face and realized it was a simple and skinny elder, his eyes long and narrow, staring at Tang Tian with an unfriendly face. Tang Tian looked at him for a while, did not recognize him, and turned his face away. Subduing the enemy without fighting. This is the highest realm of the art of war. I finally understood. Behind the crossed door, Bing stood with his arms crossed, looking up at the sky, his face deep and desolate, and said softly, "When the matter is done, leave with a brush of the robe, hide the merits and fame." A few of them stood beside the Star Master. Su Changtian was one of them. Tang Tian understood. They were the 4 great attendants under the Star Master. But another gaze filled with enmity attracted Tang Tian's attention. I don't know. Mu Lei's face was full of worry. The Star Master's sudden arrival. The entire Gu family was extremely nervous. The attendants beside the Star Master were all angry. Su Changtian laughed bitterly. This guy was really stupid. Just as the attendants were about to speak, the Star Master suddenly raised his palm. The attendants were startled, but all stopped in their tracks. A cold and stern voice suddenly sounded. It was the elder beside old Manu. He squinted his eyes and said softly, "Where did this uncultured Tom, Dick, and Harry come from?" Seeing that the Gu family is pitiful, old Manu took care of them out of kindness, and you guys repay him with evil. Old Manu is a man of virtue and prestige, and will not bicker with you. The Gu family has grown up and has thrown away the Gu family's rules. Looks like I have to help the few good friends of the Gu family to discipline you juniors. Just because you have some standards, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After thinking for half a day, Tang Tian could not think of any good ideas. He simply threw the problem to the back of his head and trained seriously. No, Su, you must not be empowered. Your bone structure is already fixed. When empowerment seeps into your bones, it will increase your pain. No one can endure that kind of pain. Tang Tian was not angry at all and grinned. Don't we just want to fight? Talk so much nonsense? Don't rush, one by one. You wait first. Old Manu, why? Are you scared? A turtle hiding in its shell? Are you a man? If you're a man, then come out and fight. Although Gu Shui still felt awkward when she saw Tang Tian, but she started to regain her composure. Gu Shui, who had activated the snow rainbow blood meridians, immediately caused a stir in the Gu family, and the whole Gu family was in a jubilant mood. And the warriors who lived in the Gu family all came up to congratulate. The unusually quiet hall was even quieter, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they looked at Tang Tian in a daze. Was this guy crazy? Courting death? That elder was furious and jumped up like a falcon pouncing. Didn't he know that the Star Master was present? Uncle Mu, what happened? Tang Tian was a little puzzled. Enough. Beside that elder, he actually saw old Manu, and he instantly understood. Ling Su got up from the medicinal tub and walked to the mirror. The handsome face in the mirror had a trace of confusion, and his gaze fell on the dazzling silver hair on his head. I want to kill you personally. Ling Su still remembered his teacher's worried expression at that time. He was just about to pounce, when suddenly a low voice rang in everyone's ears. He suddenly chuckled at himself in the mirror. His silver hair made his already handsome face look even more handsome. The confusion in his eyes was swept away, and his orange red eyes were like a peaceful flame. Chapter 176. The Star Master looked around and said blandly, "There are still a few more days. Everyone will be here. and we will discuss the matter again. But from today onwards, Black Mountain City forbids weapons. What do we do now? Tang Tian waved his hand and Bing floated out. Although Gu Shui was the master, but her position was obviously not high enough to sit in the main seat. Facing the Star Master's attitude, she did not have the slightest intention to object. However, she noticed the woman on the main seat. It wasn't just her. Anyone who was slightly more sensitive would have found it hard not to notice this woman. The young lady's face immediately revealed a pleased look. Now you know I'm smart. As for the method, I do have one, but it has a condition. The young lady's face drooped, looking unhappy. But he did not expect that the other party actually knew about the martial spirit contract. Marquis Wu, could it be that he really had a great background? Su Changtian, Yan Xia, and the rest who were standing at the side broke out in cold sweat. If you let us go, all the grievances in the past will be written off. Zhai Hengzhan said in a deep voice, I promise. Sadly, they are not. Bing said, if you can't do it, I will. As the chief instructor of the army, I will definitely not give them too much pain. There will definitely not be a situation where they're not killed in one slash. The Star Master stood up and said blandly, then I will have to trouble everyone for a few days. Go and rest. Thinking about when he returned to the residence, what awaited him would definitely be Marquis Wu's monstrous rage. No small movements, no secret conversations. Gu Shui replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. As long as Gu Shui can help, I will not shirk from it. So powerful? Ling Su was stunned. He turned his face and smiled at Gu Shui. Master Gu, please follow me. How could it be like this? Marquis definitely could not tolerate such a lousy person actually signing a martial spirit contract with the princess and becoming her teacher. Tang Tian said to the little girl, You are the smartest. You think of a solution. Ling Su glared at Tang Tian angrily. Are you insulting my intelligence? Tang Tian, oh! His gaze turned to the young lady and was surprised. Don't tell me you don't know about the martial spirit contract. He turned to Bing and said, Uncle, tell her about the martial spirit contract. Who the hell are you? Tang Tian asked in a deep voice. Bing laughed out loud and patted his chest. No problem, I will teach you. Tang Tian brought out the two captives, one big and one small, and took out the handkerchiefs from their mouths. Zhai Hengzhan was at a loss. His future was dark. The three of them rolled their eyes in unison. That's right. Ling Su also shook his head. I won't let my gun be stained with innocent blood. Tang Tian was really scared out of his wits. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they replied in unison, Yes. Only then did Gu Shui calm down. Gu Shui regained his senses and immediately smiled. It's just a small misunderstanding. Master, you don't have to worry about it. Master's presence brings light to our humble Gu family, and we are extremely honored. You are too courteous to say things like disturbing us. If Master has any requests, please let us know. What made Gu Shui feel strange was not only the Star Master and the lady, but also Tang Tian. Weird, Tian was a little too quiet today. When Tian came in to provoke Old Manu, it was very normal. But after that, it became very abnormal. But the martial spirit contract, the lady sitting on the main seat, he recognized her with one look. She was actually the female bodyguard who fought with him during the ambush that day. Suddenly, Tang Tian remembered that Zhai Hengzhan once said that they were Marquis Wu's men. Do you believe in oaths or silencing people? Bing asked Tang Tian. This conversation made everyone's heart aghast. Could it be that the Gu family and the Star Master actually had some relationship? What matter did the Star Master have to trouble the Gu family? Very good, very good. The Star Master nodded his head. Tang Tian asked Ling Su, Your teacher, my teacher? The female bodyguard who fought with me that day. Tang Tian said to Ling Su, That lady seems to have some background. Even the Star Master listens to her. He was completely disheartened. His body trembled. How did things become like this? The young lady's face revealed a panicked expression. Martial spirit contract. I don't know. Let's do it this way. Tang Tian continued. Come, let's sign the martial spirit contract. But at this time, everyone was present. She did not dare to ask. Silencing people. Bing touched his chin. Although it's a little old-fashioned, but it's very effective. After killing them, we can just bury them anywhere. Who can find them? The three of them looked at each other. That's right. That's a good idea, right? The young lady was pleased. Zhai Hengzhan panicked. Miss, don't do anything rash. Tang Tian was overjoyed. You're really smart. All right, then, I'll do it. Tang Tian said indifferently. See, even he doesn't believe me. Tang Tian innocently waved his hands at Zhai Hengzhan. He turned and asked Bing, Uncle, what good idea do you have? Martial spirit contract. The young lady was stunned. Tang Tian scratched his head. Hesitation surfaced on his face. If these two were evil people, he would have made his move long ago. But these two people were just an accident. Tang Tian looked at the young lady. She had already recovered from her initial fear. Her eyes rolled around. Tang Tian slapped his forehead. Such a smart girl. I'm really stupid to not use her. After a while, when Zhai Hengzhan woke up, he heard Bing talking nonstop. Seeing the two of them so determined, Bing's poker face twitched. He said indifferently, Then you two settle it yourselves. What condition? Tang Tian was on guard. The young lady licked her lips. My request is simple. You two accompany me on an adventure. After that, I'm lacking a teacher. Although your standard is slightly lacking, it's barely passable. I can announce to the public that you're my teacher. That way, naturally no one will dare to find trouble with you. Ever since he was captured, he had been extremely calm. On one hand, he could see that Tang Tian and the rest were kind-hearted. They did not have any evil intentions. On the other hand, he believed in Marquis Wu's power. He would be able to save them quickly. When he heard the princess talking about the method to acknowledge a teacher, Zhai Hengzhan praised the princess for being quick-witted. Zhai Hengzhan's eyes darkened. He almost fainted again. Marquis Wu's bodyguard is Zhai Hengzhan. She is Princess Mingzhu. Zhai Hengzhan said calmly. He had a lot of experience. Seeing Tang Tian's expression, he knew something had changed. You met the people from Marquis Wu? Gu Shui followed behind the Master of the Star. The lady sitting on the main seat smiled at Gu Shui. Master Gu, don't be nervous. It's not a bad thing. Tang Tian did not know what Bing was smiling about. Ling Su did not understand either. The two of them looked at each other. The young lady smiled slyly. I came to Phylin's Star secretly for an adventure, but I was caught by them. They wanted to bring me back. The princess's teacher, Marquis Wu, was very strict and picky towards the princess's teacher. Zhai Hengzhan, who had always stayed in the residence, was very clear about it. He could even clearly remember the tragic end of those teachers who could not satisfy Marquis Wu. Those martial artists who were not involved in the conflict between Old Man Yu and the Gu family were all glad. But those who were on Old Man Yu's side had a change in expression. Including the old man who fought with Tang Tian just now, his face changed slightly. No, we can't do this. Tang Tian shook his head. This is a misunderstanding, and it is a misunderstanding caused by us. How can we let them bear the consequences? Tian stood behind him. He did not say a word. The Master of the Star revealed a satisfied smile. Master Gu is indeed a reasonable person. I have other matters to discuss with Master Gu later. Bing laughed happily. Young lad who said you're stupid. This is a great idea. Haha. Why didn't I think of it? Martial spirit contract. Once the martial spirit contract is signed, she cannot go back on her word. The contract is established. Oh, he will accompany you to explore Buzhou Mountain. He will protect you throughout the process. Oh, from today onwards, he will be your teacher. From today onwards, you must treat him as a disciple, a teacher for a day, a father for life. The respectful attitude of the master of the star towards this lady showed that she had a great background. It was too abnormal. Ling Su bluntly sealed Zhai Hengzhan's mouth. Woo woo woo! Zhai Hengzhan struggled with all his might. Bang! A fist landed on his head. He fainted immediately. Facing everyone's gaze, Ling Su was expressionless. Too noisy. Do you believe it? Tang Tian asked Ling Su. Ling Su, hurry up and come over. There's trouble. Ling Su's eyes lit up. He stopped and followed behind Tang Tian without saying a word. The two of them entered the room. If it was just a temporary measure, Marquis Wu would not mind. Who knows? He might be able to get away with it. The bodyguards would be punished, but their lives would not be in danger. Ling Su shook his head without hesitation. I have no interest in being a brat's teacher. In Zhai Hengzhan's mind, Marquis's face filled with rage, and roars appeared. The terrifying rage was enough to tear everything apart. But with the martial spirit contract, Marquis would definitely not make a move on Tang Tian. His rage could only be vented on the bodyguards who did not protect him well. Other than spoiling the princess, Marquis Wu was extremely strict to the others. Right now, every single teacher of the princess was a top-notch scholar or master who had been selected from tens of thousands of teachers through many layers of screening. The Star Master's gaze swept across the crowd. He said calmly, I came here to borrow the Gu family's land to summon the heads of the various families on Phylan Star to discuss important matters. There was no notice in advance. It is said that some of my subordinates were ignorant and had a conflict with Patriarch Gu. Patriarch Gu, please forgive me. Sorry to disturb you. Tang Tian tilted his head and thought for a while. It depends. If Chia swears, I will definitely believe her. Tang Tian lowered his voice. The little girl's face turned pale. Even Zhai Hengzhan's face was a little pale. He said in a low voice, I can swear. Once the two sides signed the martial spirit contract, it meant that it could not be changed. Even if Marquis Wu did it himself, it could not be changed. Tang Tian did not follow them. Instead, he quickly ran back to the small courtyard. On the way, he was always on guard against anyone following him. When he reached the small courtyard, he saw Ling Su practicing his spear. Chapter 177. Tang Tian looked at the complicated route attentively, trying his best to memorize it, and said, Is this thing accurate or not? Please don't be like a certain uncle who is unreliable. Hey, if you don't stop, I'm going to make a move. Tang Tian shouted. He knew he was in the wrong. The sneak attack was a huge mistake. Last time when Tang Tian and Qingwan fought, Qingwan did not even have time to activate her blood meridians and was quickly dealt with by Tang Tian in close combat. But now, her sword techniques combined with her blood meridians, and her power suddenly increased explosively. Qingwan did not expect Tang Tian's improvement to be so shocking, far exceeding her imagination. Thinking about how she suffered at his hands that day, and how she could not do anything to Tang Tian today, she became even angrier. It's already very powerful. The little girl did not even raise her head. This is a star chart drawn by my teacher. There are all kinds of routes on it, including some unknown ancient routes. Tang Tian suddenly realized the positions of the constellations in the book would change at an extremely slow speed. If not for his strong eyesight and keen intuition, he would not have noticed it. His body seemed to have no bones. Quietly wriggling down the wall, his eyes became like a snake's, gloomy and terrifying. Qingwan's eyes blurred, and she lost sight of Tang Tian. Zhai Hengzhan revealed a bitter smile. This time we've gotten into big trouble. The little girl snorted. Of course it's accurate. Grandmaster grade star charts cannot be bought on the market. Tang Tian's intuition was very sharp. The moment Qingwan made her move, he reacted, and with a tap of his feet, he brushed past Qingwan's sword aura. Yes, Teacher Yusin said before, every star in heaven's road, their positions are slowly changing. The little girl's tone was incomparably proud. Teacher Yusin is an extremely outstanding and renowned master of astronomy. The little girl said impatiently, Don't be noisy. Can't you see I'm looking? It's good that you're fine, Qingwan said incoherently. Take this opportunity to eliminate Tang Tian in one fell swoop. When Tang Tian was barely able to block a few extremely agile sword rays and was forced to retreat, the old man who had been lying in ambush for a long time suddenly made his move. The little girl and Zhai Hengzhan looked at each other. Zhai Hengzhan recounted the matter of him acknowledging her as his teacher, and Qingwan was instantly petrified. After a while, she suddenly came back to her senses and angrily screamed, What qualifications does he have to be the princess teacher? So it was that guy's doing. I was wondering why he looked so familiar when I saw him that day. So it was him. So it was him. It's him. Thinking about how Tang Tian embarrassed him in the hall today, he hated Tang Tian to the bone. The little girl rubbed her forehead. She felt that this was definitely the darkest experience of her life. Well, people always have to face their bleak lives. The little girl sighed and turned her gaze back to the star chart. The furious Qingwan saw Tang Tian and immediately exploded. Without saying a word, the long sword in her hand stabbed towards Tang Tian. In the corner, there was a pair of eyes that were watching this battle. It was the old man who attacked Tang Tian in the hall that day. At this moment, he was secretly delighted. He did not think that Tang Tian would be so stupid to actually dare to attack his master. Although he did not know Qingwan's background, without a doubt, the other party's background was extremely powerful. When he saw Qingwan's furious figure, his heart moved and he quietly followed. He did not expect to see this scene in front of him. Qingwan's emotions had calmed down. Hearing Zhai Hengzhan's words, she was a little surprised. What big trouble? It was a very, very long journey. Golden Snake bloodline. Where is that? The little girl was at a loss. Although Zhai Hengzhan's strength was similar to his, he did not dare to disobey the other party's orders. He used to be in Marquis Wu. Although he was in charge of one side now, one word from Zhai Hengzhan could make his life miserable. He did not know how Chia was doing now. His heart was instantly filled with longing, and this made him have the urge to set off immediately. Tang Tian took a deep breath, but he knew that haste makes waste. There was a lot of trouble that had not been solved yet. He had to pass through the Stargate to be able to leave Phylan's star. The female guard looked at the princess and Zhai Hengzhan in front of her in disbelief. The master of the star, who was beside her, also had a very strange expression. They had made such a big fuss, but they did not expect that the princess would appear in front of them before they even started. The pressure on Tang Tian increased sharply. The other party's speed had increased to the same level as his. But the most terrifying thing was the layer of green light on the sword ray. The originally sharp sword ray seemed to have grown wings at this moment. Not only was it faster, but it also became more agile. Zhai Hengzhan had always been brave and fearless. This was the first time she heard him say the words, "Big trouble." Her eyes were covered with a layer of faint green light, and she could not tell whether she was happy or angry. Her speed increased sharply. The sword ray was also covered with a layer of faint green light, and its speed suddenly increased. "All right." Tang Tian patted the head of the sluggish little girl and said kindly, "You can meet with your guard and then finalize the time for the expedition." Seeing Qingwan's true feelings, the little girl was touched and said softly, "I'm fine. I didn't suffer much. But this time, I'm afraid you will be implicated." She was shocked. So fast. Unlike Zhai Hengzhan, who was ashen, the little girl quickly regained her calmness. Hearing Tang Tian's itinerary, her eyes lit up. "Itinerary? Where are you going? Is it an adventure?" Suddenly, A green bird tattoo appeared on her forehead. Blood meridians were activated. Caught off guard, Tang Tian was in a sorry state. Swoosh! She stood up, her face was filled with anger. She clenched her teeth and said, "No! I can't let him off so easily." Suddenly, a green figure barged in. "Qingwan blood meridians. Let me see." Tang Tian impatiently came over. The green sword ray seemed to have come alive. Its trajectory became harder to grasp and more erratic. He found the location of Phylan's star. Hearing that, Tang Tian was excited. "Can you find the Southern Cross constellation?" All the qi in his body disappeared. He was like a golden snake hunting its prey, waiting for the opportunity to strike. "Found it." Qingwan was even more furious. "Who's with you?" Tang Tian's face was full of admiration. "No wonder to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me as your teacher. He does have some skills." The cold snake eyes squinted. He carefully retreated and closed the door. Tang Tian moved quickly. "Southern Cross constellation." Tang Tian explained. The Star Master immediately regained his senses and said, "Yes." From the star map, Marquis Wu's sphere of influence included 40 planets. Tang Tian gradually closed in and entered his attack range. "You flatter me." Tang Tian was pleased with himself. He was not ashamed but proud. A heaven-sent opportunity. Qingwan said so it's him a few times in one breath. The anger on her face was uncontrollable. The sword radiance became even more intense, and the cold sword radiance instantly sliced through everything it touched. The stone tables and chairs in the courtyard, the trees and plants were all destroyed. The female guard finally reacted. Her eyes became misty. She rushed over. "Princess, you've suffered." The young lady glanced at Tang Tian in disdain. She took out a thick book. "Southern Cross constellation, let me see." Tang Tian was looking at the star map. It was his first time seeing such a detailed and complicated star map. On it, there were different colored lines marking different routes. Every planet's star door was marked in detail. Although there was no constellation, the range was astonishing. This was a place he had to pass through. If he did not handle it well, he would not be able to pass through Marquis Wu's territory. Tang Tian curiously went over. On the book were all sorts of constellations and all sorts of complicated routes, causing Tang Tian to feel dizzy and could not help but be speechless. "What is this? It looks powerful." Tang Tian's eyes shone with a steel-like aura. It was located at a corner of Heaven's Road. From the star map, he seemed to have crossed the entire Onyx Soul. Entering Cetus constellation, his journey had just begun. That day, when Tang Tian crossed hands with her, his strength had already shocked her. But in just a few days, he actually improved so much. Since he had settled this hot potato, Tang Tian did not have any worries. He happily released the young lady, and Zhai Hingzhan. Ling Su did not have the patience to wait for him. He minded his own business and started to train. Numerous thick and thin long golden lines appeared on his body. These golden lines intertwined with each other. They were like golden snakes coiling together. Wow, so powerful! Tang Tian was surprised. Taking advantage of the young lady's complacent look, he snatched it over. With a righteous look, he said, "Let me study it. When I'm done, I'll return it to you." "Let me calculate." The young lady muttered, "We need to pass through at least 20 constellations. It's really far." Hey. Tang Tian kept the star map and said, "We're on the same team now." "Don't worry. This godlike young lad will do what he says. But you guys have to seize the time to discuss. Our schedule is very tight." After a while, the young lady's spirit was roused. She was surprised. "It's really far." With that, Tang Tian disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, she was filled with anger. She did not care about her own safety. Her body spun like a spinning top. Her sword aura coiled around her as she rushed towards Tang Tian. Bing! They can move? Tang Tian was like a curious baby. He was very surprised. With that, He rushed out of the door angrily. Tang Tian gestured. A very, very far place. Oh, you're still young. You'll know when you grow up. The young lady opened her eyes wide. She looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. After a while, she said, "The only thing you've surpassed teacher Yu Sun in is your shamelessness." "But I'll definitely rush there." The young lady was stunned. Ever since she grew up, no one had ever dared to snatch something from her hands. Zhai Hengzhan glanced at the Star Master. He waved his hand and said, "You guys go out first." His body was like a swimming fish. His astonishing speed was as fast as lightning. Qingluan's sword aura could not even touch the corner of Tang Tian's clothes. Chapter 178. Bing looked at the indifferent ghost claw and sighed. "You never thought that this fellow could actually awaken Peacock so quickly. This fellow's martial spirit is really strong." "Ha ha ha ha. Peacock, we are going to fight together again." Qingluan, who was rushing towards Tang Tian in midair. Although she was surprised, she did not panic. With a turn of the sword hilt, like a swaying umbrella, countless green sword auras were like water droplets being flung out of the umbrella, sprinkling out from the sword in her hand. "Who?" The old man who launched the sneak attack, curled up in a corner, his chi completely concealed. The current him was like a piece of dead wood, without any signs of life. As if they were telepathic, Peacock suddenly opened its wings. A pair of exquisite silver wings formed by countless feathers blossomed on Tang Tian's back. Peacock. Qingluan's attainments in sword techniques compared to Big Brother Jing Hao were far inferior, and comparing Qingluan blood meridians to angel blood meridians, Tang Tian did not feel much of an improvement, but the two were extremely compatible. The degree of increase in power made Tang Tian shocked. She admits defeat, but for Peacock to be so unyielding, it is somewhat out of my expectations. After being silent for too long, it is probably lonely and yearns to fight like before. Silver Peacock's eyes were ice cold without a trace of warmth, but for some reason, she could see a trace of scorn in it. After 100 moves, she actually did not manage to take down Tang Tian. Qingluan, who was on guard, was startled. Tang Tian did not rush towards her. The martial spirit in his body jumped like a flame. Suddenly a thought appeared in his mind, and without thinking, he blurted out. She had the rare Qingluan blood meridians, and Marquis had even found a gold card for her. Qingyao's sword, the perfect combination of the two, caused her fighting power to have a qualitative change. It was just that she rarely had the chance to fight, and her battle experience was almost zero. With a long whistle, the sword hilt turned Wung. The sky, full of green sword auras, suddenly converged on her body. The little girl was also stunned. Of course! She recognized the silver armor, and she knew more about it. The old man almost couldn't believe his eyes. How did Tang Tian find out? He clearly didn't find out just now. If not for his unusually strong intuition, he would have been defeated long ago. Ding ding ding. Unexpectedly, "Ling Su, you must do your best." The green sword auras in front of him were like a group of agile spirits. They were unfathomable, and their flying trajectories were ever-changing. Like mercury spilling onto the ground, it pounced towards Tang Tian. Zhai Hengzhan cried out involuntarily. His eyes were firmly attracted by the gorgeous and exquisite silver armor that Tang Tian was wearing. No one would dislike armors, but this was onyx soul, not to mention armors. Even bronze treasures were not commonly seen. Peacock did not speak, but her mercury-like eyes flashed with a cold fighting spirit. It was so dense that it made one's teeth ache. A ray of green light that was even more dazzling than all the sword auras shot into his field of vision. But this time, the light came fast and disappeared even faster. In a blink of an eye, Tang Tian's figure once again appeared in front of everyone. But this time, Tang Tian's body had an unusually gorgeous silver feathered armor. Kill! Tang Tian was unhappy. Hey, 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 what are you doing? You guys can fight whenever you want, and stop whenever you want. Humph, it's not that easy. This is a silver armor. Qingluan pressed down on the sword hilt, The sword wings on her back extended, and her aura exploded. A noble and arrogant silver peacock appeared on Tang Tian's shoulder. This peacock's entire body was almost completely silver, especially its eyes, which were silvery white without any impurities. They looked abnormally cold. The most eye-catching was on its forehead. There was a 2-meter-long azure blue feather trailing behind it, like a hair band fluttering in the wind. The little girl said crisply. Qingwan was startled, and immediately said anxiously, "Miss!" "This brat, what kind of freak is he?" "Double blood meridians, a body like a bull. The level of his martial technique is not high, but his attainments are definitely like those old fellows who have studied for many years." The sound was like thunder echoing in the air. Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Pooh! The opponent's blood meridians were very unique. His aura was concealed perfectly. Just that he was hit by the peacock's feathered armor, and a trace of the peacock's energy entered the opponent's body. This trace of energy was not completely dissolved and became the best target, allowing the peacock to easily find the opponent's hiding place. One day, the peacock will be proud to have fought alongside him. Suddenly, a silver figure appeared in front of him without any warning. Tang Tian felt that the blood meridians were mostly used to raise the quality of the body, but he did not expect that the blood meridians and martial techniques could be so perfectly combined. That was awakening. The green aura in Qingwan's eyes exploded, the sword in his hand shook, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Tang Tian immediately smiled. "Good student, since you said so, I'll give you face." Bing muttered to himself. Countless dazzling silver lights, with the aura as sharp as blades, like raindrops, swept out in all directions with a loud bang. "You dare to sneak an attack on me. You must be tired of living." The others were all dumbstruck by this sudden turn of events. Ling Su looked at the imposing Tang Tian and subconsciously tightened his grip on the silver spear in his hand. Tang Tian snorted, turned to face Qingwan, and suddenly raised his right arm. "Come, let's have a good fight!" After being shocked, he became even more furious. Behind the crossed door, Qingwan was startled. Qingwan looked at Tang Tian in front of her, this person, so strong. Silver lights danced in the sky. It was extremely beautiful, and she then saw the silver lights clearly. Each ray of silver light was actually a silver sheet. "What was that?" Bing said calmly. "Actually, your luck is not bad, although you have become a spirit general, but your martial techniques and peacock are still there and can still fight." The peacock squatted on Tang Tian's shoulder. The silver armor on Tang Tian's body was its feathers. There was actually an armor. It was actually a silver armor. Someone sneak attacked. Qingwan was curious. When the last silver light flew out, Qingwan's arm actually felt sore, and her heart could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. Wavering sword wings was her true killing technique. In the residence, she used this technique and had never lost. Even Marquis personally praised her technique. Her wavering sword wings was actually suppressed by someone. Ghost Claw did not move. Only in its eyes, there seemed to be something quietly surging. The elder who sneaked an attack on Tang Tian never thought that he would meet with such a situation. The dazzling silver light pierced his eyes, causing his vision to become white. Wavering sword wings. Everyone who witnessed this scene had an extremely strange feeling in their hearts. Qingwan's body was like a puppet, retreating step by step. Retreating inch by inch, it was as though the scene was stuck. But in the competition in the residence, among the same age, the number of people who could beat her could be counted with one's fingers. The elder's eyes opened wide and quickly lost their luster. The elder was extremely shocked. He suddenly jumped up, turned, and was about to escape. Suddenly his neck felt pain. A silver-armored hand grabbed onto his neck. A spot of silver light blossomed from the depths of Tang Tian's eyes and immediately exploded from his body. The elder's face changed. He quickly retreated. The incoming silver light rain made him instinctively feel danger. His soft and seemingly boneless body suddenly curled up into a ball and quickly rolled backwards. Tang Tian suddenly crouched down and said in a low voice. From then on, he was disheartened, returned to Phylan's star, and never left Phylan's star again. Suddenly, a petite figure jumped into the arena. It was a young lady. Come, the Peacock Young Duo, we are invincible. Whoever dares to resist, we will beat them till they piss in their pants. Kacha! How did he find out? The silver light that filled the sky suddenly drew out countless of dazzling straight silver lines, shooting towards Tang Tian. However, Qing Wan's feelings were completely different. Tang Tian was indeed in a difficult situation. There were many times when she thought that she was going to win, but she did not expect that Tang Tian would always use an unimaginable method to escape the calamity. Tang Tian looked like he was about to fall, but he never fell. Tang Tian retreated step by step. Qing Wan's sword aura was extremely agile, as though it was alive. It was the first time he encountered such a unique and agile sword aura. Even with his amazing intuition, for a moment, he was still in a passive situation. A silver light shot his back, his body shook, and a cold and fierce aura, from the point of the silver light, seeped into his body. Zhai Hengzhan's eyes quickly turned into envy and jealousy. Marquis Wu also had a silver armor, but that was only owned by Marquis Wu. Other than that, only a few people had bronze armor, and Zhai Hengzhan was not even qualified to have a bronze armor. When I enter the saber-toothed tiger, I always feel absent-minded, remembering the past battles as if it was yesterday. Qing Wan, do you want to disobey my orders? The young lady looked at Qing Wan calmly. Tang Tian's strength was already so strong. Now, with the help of the silver armor, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She was definitely no match for him. Just now, when the feather armor hit him, that cold and hard aura seeped into his body, and he actually suffered light injuries. This also caused him to lose all confidence. His golden snake blood meridians could perfectly conceal his aura. He had used this move to resolve many dangerous situations. He decided to find an opportunity later and immediately leave the Gu family. He wanted to leave this scary place. Tang Tian felt the surging and quiet power from the peacock. A smile blossomed on the corner of his mouth, like a ripple, quickly spreading into laughter. A pair of green sword aura wings formed on her back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her body suddenly became light. Both her feet left the ground, and she actually forcibly floated in the air. When he saw clearly that it was a silver armor, he was scared out of his wits. He had seen the power of a silver armor with his own eyes. When he went out to roam the world, he had seen a strong warrior wearing a silver armor. In the blink of an eye, killed a martial artist whose reputation far surpassed his. Qing Wan was furious, but the young lady giggled. "Teacher, let's make a deal. I will use 2,000,000 star coins to settle this matter. How about it?" You came at the right time. Tang Tian instantly felt a strong sense of danger, and almost at the same time a weak and almost undetectable flow of air flowed around him. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly widened. Qing Wan, who was in the air with her sword wings spread. With every impact, her body would retreat an inch. Tang Tian's body was once again enveloped by the dazzling silver light. Not good. A strong killing intent enveloped Tang Tian's heart. In that instant, Tang Tian was unusually calm. "Are you ready? Peacock." He made a prompt decision, and before anyone could react, he quietly slipped to a corner and hid. Tang Tian's fearless roar could be heard by everyone. Chapter 179. Tang Tian was secretly moved because he did not have a level 6 mental cultivation technique. He could only use level 5 true power to break through this barrier. A level 6 mental cultivation technique spirit card was extremely expensive. Tang Tian was now extremely poor. Naturally, he could not afford it. And he was extremely clear of the importance of mental cultivation techniques. For example, the Crane-style Qi Manual's Crane Body Energy, the 4 heavenly dragons, heavenly dragon energy, were all his important attacking methods. The meridians in his body flowed with pure and abundant true power. They were like an army, under Tang Tian's urging, continuously following the heaven stairway, going against the flow, unceasingly attacking the Dantian barrier. She could not help but be secretly annoyed. These few days, she actually did not ask Tian about it. Qing Wan was shocked. She was not considered arrogant. But because the princess was wronged, the anger was stuck in her chest. Zhai Hengzhan was different from her. Zhai Hengzhan had the experience of fighting in the front lines and had many military achievements. In the residence, Zhai Hengzhan was extremely respected. Suddenly, the seemingly relaxed true power suddenly activated. The true power stacked layer by layer. The loose true power, in a flash, was like a crane's beak, fiercely pecking the barrier. He could feel his own strength had an obvious increase, and even his strength had a slight increase. Tang Tian's heart shook, and the previously unmoving barrier suddenly trembled. Seeing that Qing Wan still had an unconvinced expression, Zhai Hengzhan sighed and said softly, "He already had the intention to kill just now. You have to be careful. Don't provoke him." Tang Tian began his hellish training. Suddenly, Tang Tian's heart was enlightened. Tang Tian opened his eyes. He was touched. Not enough strength. An even bigger, even wider Dantian pool was like a dried-up lake waiting for the rain to pour in. If the 5th-level Dantian pool was like a pond, then the 6th-level Dantian pool was like a small-sized lake. The Tier 6 Dantian pool was filled up bit by bit. The newly born Dantian pool that received nourishment began to glow with vitality. The meridians that were connected to the 6th-level Dantian pool started to have true power pouring in. The indescribable feeling of comfort almost made Tang Tian moan. With every peck, the barrier trembled violently. Zhai Hengzhan didn't avoid Qing Wan's gaze. He said lightly, "Why wouldn't he dare?" Rich energy frantically surged into Tang Tian's body and flowed upstream along the heaven stairway. At this time, Tang Tian was constantly attacking the barrier to the 6th order. The martial spirit allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the world, and the true power allowed him to have a higher level of control over his body. The true power flowed along the meridians and flowed into every corner of his body. All the previously dried up and unknown corners were slowly being activated, bit by bit brimming with life. When every corner of the body was continuously awakened and activated by the true power, the fleshly body would continuously be perfected. There was nothing more touching than vitality. However, the princess's mysterious teacher had yet to show himself. The young martial artist with the silver armor. All the patriarchs missed the battle. But what Tang Tian didn't expect was that his true power became stronger, and the barrier also became stronger. No matter how he attacked, the barrier did not move an inch. Dang! Almost at the same time, Bing, who had been paying close attention to Tang Tian, did not say a word and crushed a total of 26th-level star rocks. The energy in the entire room was so dense that it was almost tangible. In the sky above the Valley of Starvation, Tang Tian's wails never stopped. Every day was like hell. He did not waste any time and wholeheartedly immersed himself in training. Even Bing, who was always strict with training, could not find any faults. These local tyrants may have some arrogance in front of the Star Master, but no one dared to put on any airs in front of Princess Mingzhu. The Star Master was just one of Marquis Wu's subordinates, while Princess Mingzhu was the pearl in Marquis Wu's palm. In front of Marquis Wu, they were like ants. These patriarchs who were chatting and laughing did not show any mercy. This method was effective. The little girl said gently, "He is, after all, my teacher. If you guys fight too much, I will be very vexed." Tang Tian, who was encouraged, did not say a word and continued to use the crane body energy to instigate true power. In order to express goodwill to the Gu family, the Yu family became the target of everyone's exclusion. Old Man Yu's foolish actions brought about a calamity to the Yu family. The Yu family's various industries were continuously attacked and quickly withered. The martial artists that the Yu family raised all escaped, and the Yu family disciples would always suffer from unknown attacks. Gu Shui did not mention money. She was very clear. Even if she said it, Tian would not want it. Although Tian had always looked foolish and stupid, but in his heart he understood everything. Tang Tian did not have a level 6 mental cultivation technique in his hands, so he used another method. Wait a minute, that's not right. Tian said he was not from Onyx Soul. Gu Shui was completely confused. But she quickly threw this question to the back of her head. She noticed another detail. Tian seemed to be short of money. Tang Tian did not have time to rejoice. Suddenly his entire body trembled, and his head exploded. The guy that Tang Tian killed, the golden snake blood meridians, was sold for 1,000,000 star coins. Tang Tian used all his assets through the Gu family's channels to buy 200 pieces of level 6 star rocks. Gu Shui heard that Tang Tian needed star rocks. Without saying a word, she gave Tang Tian 100 pieces of level 6 star rocks. The world seemed to have changed again, although the change was not as intense as when Tang Tian cultivated the silver martial spirit. But the new change was clear and enchanting. True power quickly poured into the 6th level Dantian pool, nourishing the 6th level Dantian pool. Silver armor, double blood meridians. With these 2 points, it was enough to laugh proudly at Phylan Star. Furthermore, Tang Tian was still very young. His future would definitely be bright. The frequency of the pecking became more and more intense. The frequency of the barrier shaking also became more and more intense. Life. Zhai Hengzhan glanced at the joyous Tang Tian in the distance and said softly, "He is very dangerous." "That's right. 2,000,000 star coins. Tian has earned big." Gu Shui covered her mouth and chuckled. Tian would not accept star coins, but he could give things as gifts. If mental cultivation, blood meridians, martial techniques, and armor could be perfectly combined, then his strength would increase greatly. Tang Tian held on to the idea that it was better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. But to first break through to the 6th level, it would also allow his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. The Gu family regained its peace, and the various patriarchs also rushed over. Princess Mingzhu was extremely intelligent. She was used to big scenes, and was not the slightest bit reserved. Gu Shui had activated the snow rainbow blood meridians. Her future was bright, and most importantly, she had a powerful friend like Tang Tian. Gu Shui found Tang Tian and immediately asked, "Tian, are you short of money?" Probably even Gu Shui did not expect that, after 3 months, the once illustrious Yu family would actually disappear without a trace. These few days he had improved greatly. The true power in his body was unprecedentedly strong, and this gave Tang Tian a lot of confidence. Tang Tian's control of the crane body energy was almost instinctive. With a thought, he could see the true power slowly moving, pushing forward layer by layer. All the true power in Tang Tian's body was piled up in front of the barrier. Tang Tian's heart suddenly moved. He thought of the crane body energy. It seemed that, in terms of true power, he was always at a disadvantage, but the crane body energy allowed his attacks. The impact was stronger. The training of true power was a continuous process of developing and activating oneself. Was this the 6th level? Had he broken through? With Tang Tian's relationship, the relationship between the Gu family and Marquis Wu would be extremely close. Tang Tian said proudly, "Haha, I'm not short of money now." Wah wah. 2,000,000 star coins. One fight would be 2,000,000 star coins. I really hope to have fights every day. But no one would be unsatisfied. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian had 306th level stars in his hands. Suddenly, ping, like the sound of glass shattering, the surging true power suddenly flowed against the current. Qing Wan flattened her mouth. She was about to cry, although she and the princess were master and servant, but in reality they were like sisters. The combination of Qing Wan's blood meridians and martial techniques gave him a lot of inspiration. The battle that ended in such a way made everyone feel extremely weird. Only then did people notice the 7 or 8-year-old girl who was unusually mature from the manner she displayed and Qingluan's attitude towards her. They could tell that she was from an extraordinary background. And those who were quick-witted vaguely guessed the young girl's background, although they tried their best to remain calm. But the shock in their eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Tang Tian, who was in meditation, his dantian and meridians were like a whirlpool with a strong suction force. The surrounding rich energy was being sucked into his body at an astonishing speed. Qingluan's eyes widened. She said in disbelief, "Don't tell me he dares to kill me?" Tang Tian felt as though his body, like a withered tree, was being nourished by the rain it was cheering. But this invisible barrier was abnormally tough. No matter how much Tang Tian urged his true power, it did not budge. The young girl said meaningfully, "I suddenly feel that he might be a good teacher." No matter where, a teacher should never be casually acknowledged. Whether it was the traditional inheritance of a teacher and a student, or the current inheritance of an academy, teacher was an extremely serious title. They suddenly thought of the way the young girl addressed Tang Tian. They could no longer maintain their calm expressions. "Miss." Qingluan's eyes became misty, her face full of grievance. The suction force of Tang Tian's dantian and meridians became stronger and stronger. His efficiency of absorbing energy continued to rise. And after solving the worry of the star rocks, Tang Tian's improvement was extremely fast. No wonder. Tian is so powerful. Not enough power. Dang, dang, dang. But immediately Gu Shue's heart was filled with a weird feeling. Tian's age was too young. Suddenly, the scene of Tang Tian shaking his head and giving pointers to Princess Mingzhu suddenly appeared in her mind, and she could not help but laugh. Success! That was the wall of perfection. Princess Mingzhu secretly supported the Gu family, and the Gu family's influence rose in a straight line. All the patriarchs knew. In the future, the Gu family would definitely become one of the most important powers on Phylan Star. They could definitely break through the barrier. Gu Shue looked at Tang Tian in a daze, although she had many guesses about Tang Tian's background. But she never thought that Tang Tian was actually Princess Mingzhu's teacher. Wait a minute. Teacher. Chapter 180. The others were attracted by Ling Su's surprise, and all turned to look. Ling Su carried his silver spear and walked straight towards a patch of dense shrubs. The shrubs did not seem to have any abnormalities and grew on a steep hillside. A 17-year-old 6th level. But Tang Tian insisted that he come, and towards Tang Tian's shamelessness he was helpless. This fellow was an unscrupulous scoundrel, like coming to cause trouble during cultivation. He would definitely do something like that. The others gathered around at this time. Sword marks could still be seen on the stone steps. "Miss, there's something strange here." "When do we set off?" Tang Tian asked impatiently. He had just broken through to the 6th level. He couldn't wait to show off his skills. They looked at Tang Tian as if they were looking at a monster. Stepping into the 6th level at the age of 17, if he wasn't a monster, what was he? Looking at the winding stone steps in the shrubs, everyone suddenly realized this exploration did not seem to be as easy as they had imagined. Zhai Hengzhan's expression froze on his face, and at the same time, the faces of the others froze as well. Those who had originally only heard that there was a very powerful young man who was the princess teacher. But this conversation immediately shocked everyone present. The young lady was a little surprised. Gu Shue's family background was far inferior to hers. But Gu Shue's intelligence surprised the young lady. The young lady had seen all kinds of schemes since she was young, and was exceptionally sensitive in this aspect. If there really was a brown cloud vein, out of everyone present, only the Gu family would be able to develop it, because only a local power like the Gu family would be able to excavate the vein. And on account of Tang Tian, everyone would definitely not fight with Gu Shue for it. There's a treasure? Tang Tian's spirit was lifted. At this time, why would they follow a young lady to explore danger? It was a waste of time. The family itself also had a huge need for money. If they could open up a stable source of income, To the family, it would be a very good thing. However, he was also surprised by Gu Shui's means. He wouldn't be surprised at all if it were those old fellows who were experienced in the ways of the world. However, Gu Shui was so mature at such a young age. The Gu family must be very powerful in the future. Zhai Hengzhan perked up. He was different from Qingwan. Qingwan had been an orphan since she was young. She could be considered a real member of the family, so money did not mean much to her. As for Zhai Hengzhan, he had his own family to begin with. Making his family live a better life was an unavoidable responsibility for him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone was very clear about Ling Su's strength. Even Ling Su's expression was somewhat ugly. The toughness of the brownstone was far beyond his imagination. How difficult would it be to use a sword to carve out a flight of stairs from such a hard brown stone? Zhai Hengzhan was still trying his best. The martial artist who had carved out this flight of stairs was far more powerful than all of them. Princess Mingzhu's eyes lit up. A 17-year-old 6th-level martial artist was rarely seen. However, thinking about the upcoming adventure, her eyes shone even brighter. Her heart was filled with anticipation. Ding! Tang Tian stopped in his tracks. This form of address gave him goosebumps. He laughed it off. Just call me Tian. And I just broke through to the 6th level. Teacher Tang Ling Su hugged his silver spear and squatted down to examine it carefully. No wonder he could become Princess Mingzhu's teacher. Everyone felt relieved. The gazes that gathered on Tang Tian immediately changed from curiosity to reverence. SSSSS. The path of cultivation was to pursue power and strength. But in the end, it was still a pursuit of self-perfection. It was the deepest desire in the human's heart to continuously improve. Buzhou Mountain? Gu Shui's expression was a little strange. What a beautiful world. He turned and walked out. There's a flight of stairs here. Tang Tian was surprised. Looks like someone really lived here in the past. They even built a flight of stairs. When she said this, her face was filled with longing. Ling Su, who was carrying his silver spear and walking into the yard, unintentionally raised his head and saw Tang Tian's slightly raised face in the sunlight. His body couldn't help but tremble. His face was filled with shock. Tang Tian, who was in the sunlight, seemed to melt into the sunlight. He was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't feel Tang Tian's aura. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He said in a low voice, "This was cut with a sword." Gu Shui's eyes curved up. She resisted the urge to laugh. The others picked up the brown stone and held it in their hands. Ling Su and the rest's expressions changed. Everyone's gaze turned towards the mountain in front of them. Their expressions became ugly. Especially Zhai Hengzhan and Qingwan, they immediately showed signs of hesitation. Tang Tian was stunned. He hurriedly went over. It's true. He actually used a sword to cut out a flight of stairs. This person is so powerful. Yes, it's very possible, because this martial artist has no students. He lived here alone until he grew old. The little girl was well prepared. I've always wanted to explore Buzhou Mountain. Who knows? There might be some hidden treasures. Tang Tian couldn't help but be moved. There's something strange about this stone. Tang Tian honestly said, I'm 17 this year. Only Ling Su was slightly unconcerned. He rested his silver spear on his shoulder with a face full of dissatisfaction. He actually didn't want to come. Tang Tian breaking through to level 6 had increased the pressure on him. These days he had been training with all his might. Thinking about such a monster, with a silver armor and dual blood meridians, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The entire hall was filled with the sound of people inhaling cold air. When Tang Tian walked out of the room, the sunlight outside made him stop in his tracks. Bathing in the sunlight, he quietly stood there, experiencing an indescribable emotion. He decided to spend the day training. Tang Tian was curious. What's so special about it? This kind of motivation was like the billions of stars in heaven's road. It existed since ancient times. From the day humans were born, it had existed. This is Buzhou Mountain. Tang Tian was curious. Looking at the mountain from afar, there was nothing strange about it. He bent down and picked up a brown stone. The stone was heavy and hard. But what attracted Tang Tian's attention was that the stone was actually disrupting the true power in his body. The young lady curled her lips. If it's not strange, why are we exploring? She paused, then continued. This brown stone is called brown cloudstone, but the quality is not high. High-quality brown cloudstones are close to being translucent and are very expensive. Sister Shui, maybe there's a brown cloudstone vein here. Ling Su suddenly took out his silver spear and pierced the brown stone at the side. Gu Shui was suddenly interested. Pure brown cloudstones were very expensive. If they could have a high-quality brown cloudstone vein, then the Gu family would not be short of money. Most importantly, Buzhou Mountain was an ownerless land. It did not belong to any family or powerhouse. Any time. The young lady squealed and jumped up high. This is my big discovery. The young lady raised her head and said proudly, once I accidentally saw a record of Buzhou Mountain in a travel book. The person who wrote the travel book had personally explored Buzhou Mountain and talked about many interesting things. He suspected that there might be treasures there. He also looked up a lot of information. In history, there used to be a powerful martial artist who lived in seclusion there. That martial artist was hurt by love, and every night he would cry in sorrow. The name of Buzhou Mountain was given by him. Yes. Gu Shui nodded and looked serious. That is a very strange place. Buzhou Mountain is very large. Every night there will be strange sounds, but no one knows what makes the sounds. There used to be a rumor that there was a powerful martial artist living in seclusion on Buzhou Mountain, and this rumor has been circulating for a long time. Some people wanted to explore Buzhou Mountain, but people often went missing inside, and it was very dangerous. Tang Tian turned his face and asked the young lady in confusion, "Why did you want to come to this place?" Ling Su pushed the bushes away with a silver spear, and an abandoned stone step was revealed. Moreover, with Marquis Wu's financial resources, the young lady did not care about a brown cloudstone vein at all. But Gu Shui could propose it first, which was quite commendable to the young lady. It's better to call him Master Tang. Zhai Hengzhan insisted. He did not dare to call him Tian, because he had to show enough respect to the princess's teacher. He was pleasantly surprised. Master Tang, you are over 25 years old this year. You are so young, but you have stepped into the 6th rank. It really makes me feel ashamed. If it's true, that's great. Gu Shui smiled and said, if we can really find it, it will be everyone's credit, and everyone will have a share. Tang Tian and the others came to the foot of a towering mountain. The mountain was bare, full of rocks, weeds, and shrubs, looking very desolate, without any sense of beauty. Ling Su's eyes suddenly narrowed. Ling Su recovered from the shock, and his expression returned to normal. The flame in his orange-red eyes flickered, and he snorted. Lose to you? Don't dream. Tang Tian suddenly woke up from the strange state just now, and immediately noticed the existence of Ling Su. He grinned and said, Ling Su, I am at the 6th rank. Young man, you have to work hard. Thank you, Sister Shui. The young lady smiled sweetly. As soon as the banquet was over, the young lady began to plan the adventure. In Tang Tian's eyes, there was a heartfelt joy and happiness. Asterisk, 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 Mount Buzhou. The young lady cheered and jumped with excitement. Zhai Hengzhan and Qingwan looked at each other helplessly and smiled. When they found that the princess had sneaked out, they were extremely nervous. But they did not dare to make it public, and they searched all the way. Fortunately, they found the princess soon. Zhai Hengzhan smiled and said, Then you must find her. Even I am tempted. When Tang Tian appeared in front of everyone, Zhai Hengzhan was the first to notice the change in Tang Tian. He raised his thick eyebrows, stood up, and asked in disbelief, "Did Master Tang break through?" Sparks flew, and only a shallow hole the size of a Yellowstone was left. Tang Tian was very straightforward about what he had already promised. "Where are you going?" Chapter 181. Tang Tian quickly shook his head. Forget it. With his brain, it was almost impossible to dig out the secrets here. It was more practical to think about how to find the treasures. This was the first time Tang Tian heard of Wang Yang's name, but he did not dare to underestimate him. Grandmaster level sword technique. These 5 words seemed to have an indescribable magic that intimidated people's hearts. In every era, any martial artist who possessed a grandmaster level martial technique, no matter what rank he was at, was definitely an expert that could not be ignored in that era. Ling Su, whose fighting spirit was burning, suddenly felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He turned his face and said angrily, "Shouldn't the main point be to learn from such a resolute senior, Slayer Sword Demon, to reflect on your own shortcomings and work hard to become stronger? Why is it that what you reflect on is arithmetic?" Sure enough, the poor were scholars while the rich were martial artists. To speed up one's cultivation, earning money was a must. Tang Tian, this ignorant youth, seemed to have been enlightened overnight. He knew the benefits of star coins, and the source of all this was still cultivation. Ling Su's gaze suddenly became firm and deep. What made everyone even more excited was the treasures. Everyone increased their speed and went up the stone stairs. At this moment, his silver martial spirit suddenly jumped. Tang Tian immediately regained his senses. "Why are you in front and I'm behind?" Ling Su said unhappily, but he still walked to the back of the group. Tang Tian did not notice the change in Ling Su. He said while drooling, "This really makes people full of energy. Let's speed up." For a moment, no one spoke. Everyone was shocked. That lonely figure waving his sword day after day is your role model. Tang Tian suddenly had an illusion. The dense sword marks above his head and around him were like a large net covering his head. The sword intent was dense, and he actually had a feeling that there was nowhere to escape. After a long time, everyone regained their senses. Tang Tian shook his head. "No, I will still walk the path of a close-quarters combat expert or fist techniques. Using fists is more enjoyable." Didn't you say that he matured slowly? I'm guessing that this senior Wang must have spent the past 20 years building the stone staircase here to hone his monarch slaying sword. However, monarch slaying sword could definitely be sold for a good price. Haha, famous things can always be sold for a good price. The surroundings of the cave were crisscrossed with many sword scars, a ghastly sight to behold. Although some of the sword marks had already become blurry due to the erosion of the wind, those crisscrossing sword marks still made people feel the sharp sword intent. Everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. When the confusion on their faces disappeared, everyone's faces turned pale. Gu Shue's abilities had improved by leaps and bounds recently. After activating her snow rainbow bloodline, she had yet to fully digest the sudden burst of power. Even so, her strength had become much stronger in an instant. The rainbow light around her was faintly discernible. Her expression was also the most nervous. She had very little combat experience. However, for such a person to be willing to spend the rest of his life in the unknown Buzhou Mountain, there must be many unknown secrets. Of course there will be. Ever since Sword Demon Slayer achieved great success in his swordsmanship, he came out to roam the world and amassed a large amount of wealth and treasures. All of these things had disappeared along with his seclusion. The reason why he was called a demon, other than his cold personality and killing without batting an eye, was also because he was greedy. He had an extraordinary obsession with wealth and treasures. Hence, many people thought that Sword Demon Slayer was born in poverty. The young lady was even more excited and eager to give it a try. The adventure that she had spent so much effort to find was indeed very powerful. No one cared about Tang Tian's money. They were stunned by Tang Tian's bold conjecture about building the stone staircase to train his swordsmanship. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Walking to the entrance of the cave, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew out from the cave. Tang Tian quivered and could not help but shiver. Not only him, everyone else shivered as well. Tang Tian and Ling Su looked at each other. Both of them could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. Ling Su's silver spear that was originally on his shoulder quietly moved to his hand. "Slaying sword demon!" Zhai Hengzhan cried out in shock. Tang Tian looked at Ling Su strangely and said, as a matter of fact, "You still need to reflect on yourself in order to work hard? Aren't martial artists supposed to be like that?" Ling Su choked. Upon thinking about the treasures, Tang Tian could not help but smile. Very long. Ling Su suddenly spoke. His voice was filled with respect. "At least 10 years of hard work. I think I know who this senior is. 70,000 steps." Suddenly the young lady spoke. Her tone was filled with shock. "Let's go in and take a look. I am looking forward to it more and more." Tang Tian rubbed his palms together. This teacher of his could even say such words. How bad was his arithmetic skills? His heart was overwhelmed with shock. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Then would there be something left behind by Senior Wang here? Grandmaster level. Tang Tian was not unfamiliar with this. Ghost Claw had a Grandmaster level claw technique. A Grandmaster level martial artist. If he were to fight with a non-Grandmaster level martial artist of the same level, it would definitely be like chopping vegetables. Even if the opponent was 2 levels higher than him, he would still be able to contend against him. This was the strength of a Grandmaster level martial technique. Zhai Hengzhan, Qing Wan, and Gu Shui, the 3 of them protected Princess Ming Zhu in the middle. Looking at the others, their faces were filled with pain. Tang Tian knew the situation was dangerous and did not care about anything else. He gathered his true power and shouted, "Everyone be careful!" Unknowingly, the atmosphere became more solemn. Tang Tian and Ling Su felt it even more deeply. The long stone staircase in front of them had a kind of power that went straight to their hearts. Even after experiencing the tempering of time, the senior's radiance was still so dazzling, and to defeat that traitor, they had to train the pointed sea spear to the Grandmaster level. To be able to defeat the Grandmaster level pointed sea spear, only the Grandmaster level pointed sea spear could be defeated. "Ling Su, that is your target. Be careful." Zhai Hengzhan lowered his voice. He had been to the front lines before and was extremely experienced. The few of them were not weak, but the wind could actually make them shiver. It was a little strange. Walking into the cave, everyone then realized the 4 walls of the cave were all densely packed and messy sword scars. I wonder how long the senior, back then, used to carve out such a long stone staircase. The young lady was fascinated. She was always filled with curiosity towards the unknown history. Everyone revealed a moved expression, turned and looked down. The 70,000 steps of the stone staircase were densely packed. It was a sight to behold. After increasing their speed, everyone quickly reached the end of the stone staircase. The stone staircase did not lead to the peak, but to a cave entrance halfway up the mountain and stopped abruptly. Ling Su could not help but raise his head to look at the stone staircase. His orange-red pupils were filled with fighting spirit. He grabbed the silver spear tightly and said in a deep voice, "That's right! A Grandmaster level martial technique, without countless of training. How can it be mastered?" Originally, he was only jealous of Demon Slayer's treasures, but now he was filled with interest towards this Demon Slayer that he had never met before. This was indeed a guy with a lot of character. Tang Tian seemed to have comprehended a killing technique for every martial technique, but until now he was still far away from a Grandmaster level martial technique. Although the wind in the cave was cold, but it was not as strong as outside. The degree of erosion of the sword scars was lower, and the preservation was more complete. The cave entrance was like a messy and dense net, with a piece missing in the middle. Ling Su, you can definitely do it. Grandmaster level. Touched upon the essence of the martial technique, they could usually create their own martial technique. This wind is really cold. The young lady mumbled. Qingwan immediately took out thick clothes and covered the young lady. Even Tang Tian, who had a face full of arrogance just now, looked up and was somewhat entranced. The sword scars were very messy, the sword intent was very sharp, and one could feel the resentment in the sword carver's heart at that time. In the surroundings of the cave, there was actually not a single piece that was intact. On every piece of rock, there were numerous terrifying sword scars that sliced it into countless pieces. Just at this moment, Tang Tian suddenly saw something from the corner of his eyes, flashing and disappearing in the depths of the cave. Suddenly, Tang Tian pointed to the top of the cave with a face full of surprise. "Quickly look over there!" "I will walk in front of the group. Ling Su will guard the back," Tang Tian said in a deep voice. Tang Tian's words received the unanimous approval of everyone, although everyone was shocked by the shocking stone staircase. But among them, the only one who trained in sword techniques was Qingwan. But Qingwan's sword techniques were light and agile. The monarch-slaying sword technique that was filled with power was completely not suitable for her. Ling Su was silent for a moment. If I'm not wrong, this senior should be the demon-slaying sword. Senior Wang Yong. Tang Tian's eyes emitted a green light. He even thought of selling it to the martial artists in the Honorable Martial Alliance. All of them were rich. In the past, he also knew that star rocks could help with true power, but he had never personally experienced it. But this time he experienced it deeply. Not knowing why, Tang Tian glanced at Ling Su. He felt that the two of them were very similar on this point. The stone staircase was simple and unadorned. It did not have any patterns, and was even somewhat rough, but it meandered upwards. One could not see the end, giving everyone an unparalleled sense of shock. Thinking about the martial artist back then, his lonely figure walking along Buzhou Mountain, using the long sword in his hand, he carved out the astonishing stone staircase, one slash at a time. The stone staircase had not been visited for a long time. It was covered with dense shrubs. Everyone cut their way through, rushing up the mountain. He could endure loneliness, but his temper was extremely violent. Only Tang Tian had a face of envy. Good math! Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Wah, wah, wah. Treasures, treasures! That's right, there's also his monarch-slaying sword technique. Everyone looked at Ling Su in shock, especially Princess Mingzhu. She thought she was very knowledgeable. But even she could not find out the identity of the senior. But Ling Su actually knew. The young lady had a strange look on her face. Don't tell me teacher wants to train in sword techniques. However, she did not suffer in vain during this period of time. Her mental fortitude was much stronger than before. Not only him, Gu Shui and Qingwan's face changed, but the young lady's eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "That's right, it's very possible." Demon-slaying sword Wang Yong, a late bloomer, became famous at 40 years old. His sword techniques were unique, famous for slashing. He created monarch-slaying sword, a grandmaster-level sword technique martial artist. He ran amok for 10 years, and then disappeared. It was said that he was hurt by love. Seems like he will most likely return here to die of old age. The young lady was speechless. You call that math? Chapter 182. The 18 black sword auras instantly shattered. Zhai Hengzhan was startled. Tang Tian was actually so confident it made him feel surprised. If not for the past few days of interaction, he knew that although Tang Tian was careless at times, but he was never careless in battle, he would definitely suspect that Tang Tian was purposely watching from the side. Zhai Hengzhan's face revealed a look of shock. He had fought with Ling Su before. He had a rough idea of Ling Su's strength. But the standard of Ling Su's spear, compared to when he fought with him, had actually become stronger. Looking from here, the inside of the cave was pitch black. But for some reason, Tang Tian had an illusion that in the pitch black cave, there seemed to be a pair of eyes secretly watching them. Zhai Hengzhan and Qingwan also seemed to be unable to let go. The attack was ineffective. Ling Su was even more furious. The 6 spirit generals gave him immense pressure, but he did not give up on the idea of letting Tang Tian and the rest help. He only had one thought in his mind: faster, faster. A dazzling cold light, like a shooting star, flew and landed on the black sword circle. Tang Tian glanced at it and said indifferently, "Don't look down on Ling Su. These few rascals are not his match." Behind the silver sea of spears, it was as though a red sun had lit up. The 6 spirit generals raised the swords in their hands in unison and pounced towards the group. But he had no time to be distracted. The 6 spirit generals in front of him, although they were stopped by him, but the pressure they gave him was equally huge. He had to be fully focused to be able to stabilize the situation. The pointed sea spears were slowly being nibbled away by the black sword auras. He was completely immersed in his every movement. The 6 spirit generals' sword techniques were extremely exquisite. The power of the black sword auras was not considered strong, but the coordination of the 6 spirit generals was truly too ingenious. He felt that it was inconceivable. Could it be that the people around Tang Tian were all perverts? The sound of small rocks hitting the stone walls came out from the depths of the cave. Gu Shuai chuckled and translated. He said it was too delicious. The black circle of swords was like a piece of paper, silently annihilated. The 6 spirit generals did not even have time to escape and were engulfed by the blazing silver light. The pointed sea spear brazenly engulfed 6 spirit generals. There were still sword scars everywhere. The messy and dense sword scars made people feel an invisible pressure. Having learned their lesson last time, no one dared to look closely. Although the mountain was deep and serene, it was not pitch black. The rocks on the 4 walls were mixed with specks of sand. These specks of sand emitted a faint light. Although it was not as bright as day, it was enough for everyone. Tang Tian widened his eyes, trying to see clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, the darkness was still so deep that he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, the scene before their eyes widened. They walked into a spacious hall that was about 20 feet in circumference. A silver-gray figure slowly floated in the air. He had to be faster. The team marched into the cave. Every spirit general released 3 black sword auras. 18 black sword auras were like 18 black swordfish, rushing towards the pointed sea spears. It's bright star sand. The young lady glanced at it and said, "Other than being able to emit light, it has no use. It's not worth much." The heart-palpitating pointed sea spear struck the black circle of swords, but the circle did not move an inch. It was like a huge wave hitting a reef. The reef was majestic, but the huge wave suddenly dispersed. Ling Su's pressure started to increase, but he did not waver and only continued to urge the pointed sea spears. Ling Su completely did not know that Tang Tian was making fun of him and was gradually being suppressed. His anger was ignited. The orange-red pupils suddenly ignited, transforming into flames. Even his head full of silver hair became reckless, his entire aura exploding, filled with danger. The pointed sea spears suddenly exploded. The sky full of stars engulfed everything, and once again suppressed the 6 spirit generals. Ling Su has improved. Tang Tian could also see that Ling Su's strength had improved, so he simply sat down and called out to everyone, "Sit, sit, hey, little Ming Zhu, do you have anything to eat or drink? Quickly take it out." The sky full of pointed sea spears suddenly disappeared. Bang! Ding! The sound of the spears and swords clashing was as dense as rain. The 6 spirit generals seemed to have a telepathic connection. Constantly changing their positions, their coordination was ingenious. Inside the black sword aura, there was a gloomy and cold chi. The gloomy and cold chi seeped from the spear tip to the spear body. His 10 fingers could feel the chill. Ling Su was fuming. This group of people are too despicable. Tang Tian was not the least bit afraid and was eager to try. That means if we kill them all, we can get the treasure. Chi, chi, chi. Isn't it a little bad for us to do this? The little girl asked hesitantly. Pursuing a shorter time to release his spears had always been Ling Su's goal. Suddenly, he extended his leg and kicked, and a small stone shot out like an angry arrow, entering the cave. Zhai Hengzhan was dumbstruck. The enraged Ling Su's fighting strength suddenly increased in all aspects. The cave was extremely deep, and the wind blowing out from inside was extremely cold. As they continued to enter, the temperature dropped rapidly, and frost started to form on the ground and the floor walls. This brat became stronger. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, and Zhai Hengzhan regained his senses, only to see Tang Tian sprinting back. His eyes became a sea of fire, and with a roar, the silver spear in his hand suddenly disappeared. 18 black sword auras resonated with each other, complementing each other, as though they were one, faintly showing signs of breaking free from the pointed sea spears. The little girl said calmly, the price of a spirit pass guard is very high, and is usually used to guard those valuable treasures. To be able to guard the spirit pass, the strength of a spirit general is not low. Every cold aura's whistling sound became sharp, and the entire hall seemed to be enveloped by the monstrous waves of a hurricane, causing one scalp to go numb, and the sharp whistling sound filled every corner. Zhai Hengzhan and Qing Wan were dumbstruck. They had seen Tang Tian's power, so they did not pay too much attention to Ling Su. But when they saw Ling Su blocking 6 spirit generals with one spear, they were stunned. The 6 spirit generals in the pointed sea spears suddenly stood still and raised the swords in their hands. Faster! Ling Su was beginning to be suppressed. Under the silver light, the pitch-black cave was lit up, and a human figure could be seen. The endless pointed sea spears were like waves becoming raging waves, and their power increased exponentially. Every cold aura in the pointed sea spears released a sharp chi-chi sound. All these sounds converged together, and the sound was like thunder. Seems like there's something. Tang Tian was roused and said softly, let's go in and take a look. Spirit pass guard. The little girl's face congealed and said, this is a very ancient checkpoint, and is usually used for protection and defense. To reach the final goal, we have to get rid of the spirit generals in every checkpoint. The further we go, the stronger it gets. Everyone be careful. Zhai Hengzhan was dumbstruck. There was only one thought in his mind. This doesn't make sense. Zhai Hengzhan opened his eyes wide and stared at Ling Su for a long time. But the more he looked, the more he felt that Ling Su would definitely lose. The scales were gradually tilting towards the 6 spirit generals, and the range of Ling Su's pointed sea spears was getting smaller and smaller. The space that the 6 spirit generals obtained was getting bigger and bigger, and the Blackwater sword technique's power was starting to show. The 6 swords crisscrossed in the air, forming rays of black sword auras. The sword auras crisscrossed, forming a black sword circle, protecting them in the middle. Zhai Hengzhan was completely unclear of the situation. He had never seen such a ridiculous scene before. Why did their fighting power suddenly increase? Could it be that Ling Su also had spirit generals? Meeting Tang Tian, Zhai Hengzhan already felt like he was going crazy, meeting another one. What's wrong with this world? Zhai Hengzhan and Qing Wan were completely stunned, and Tang Tian's wailing came into their ears. Ling Su, how can you hog it all for yourself? You're too wretched. You actually made the first move. Tang Tian, Ling Su, Gu Shui, Princess Mingzhu, Qing Wan, and Zhai Hengzhan, the 6 of them. Zhai Hengzhan looked anxious. This is the Blackwater sword technique. Ling Su's situation is not looking good. Spirit General. Could it be that Ling Su's spear technique, there was something mysterious that he did not notice? Ding, ding, ding. Ling Su snorted. His orange-red pupils flared with anger. His silver hair fluttered. His steel-like fingers rubbed together. Buzz, a low whistling sound came out. The red tassel on the spear tip was shaken into a red circle. Tang Tian frowned, his face revealing a look of suspicion. Justice Origin Core Pierce. Tang Tian and the rest sat on the luxurious and exquisite carpet, drinking hot tea and eating delicious snacks, as though they were having a picnic. Tang Tian's mouth was stuffed with snacks, and he wolfed them down. The rest of them were leisurely, showing their good upbringing. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Do not ever fight with him when he's angry, Tang Tian added. Ling Su, who could not hold back any longer. The spear in his hand suddenly shot out. The pointed sea spear suddenly appeared like a wave, instantly enveloping half of the hall. Gold-threaded white robe, silver spear, silver hair, red tassel, and orange pupils. The vast power of the spear in his hand made Ling Su look heroic and extraordinary. It's only been a few days. Such a shocking improvement. This. Just at this time, Ling Su's roar suddenly came out. Tang Tian regained his senses. Retracting his gaze, he looked at Ling Su. Little Mingzhu and the other two were at a loss. After walking for about 15 minutes, the cave still did not show any signs of reaching the bottom. Tang Tian's gaze looked at the cave behind the spirit general. The three of them. Tang Tian completely ignored them. He only cared about stuffing food into his mouth and said vaguely, "Today's death is too good, 7." Half a minute later, Ling Su's spear actually swept all 6 spirit generals in. The 6 spirit generals seemed to know that danger was approaching. They roared in unison and gathered together, forming a circle. The spirit general's face was blurred. Holding onto a sword, he quietly floated there. Behind the spirit general, there was a dark cave entrance. When Tang Tian barged into the hall, the spirit general suddenly raised his head and his body trembled. Tang Tian and the rest only saw a blur in front of their eyes. The spirit general actually transformed into 6 identical spirit generals, lined up in a row. Tang Tian, this is. Ling Su's attention was highly concentrated. The true power in his entire body surged to the maximum. He continuously tried to increase the speed of his spear. The most crucial point of the pointed sea spear was the time to release the spear. The shorter the time, the stronger the power of the pointed sea spear. Do you know what his nickname is? Tang Tian noticed that Zhai Hengzhan and the rest looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy, and immediately said proudly, "Haha, the furious Ling Su. As long as this brat is angry, he will be very terrifying." Pa. Zhai Hengzhan could not see that Ling Su had any chance of winning. He did not know why Tang Tian was so confident, but he was already prepared to make a move. Chapter 183. Suddenly, Zia thought about the last time he tried to kill Gu Shui, but Tang Tian managed to escape. Of course, he felt that it was luck, and part of it was luck. But this time he finally understood. Tang Tian was able to escape his sneak attack twice, and it was definitely not luck that could explain it. Today's trap was his tried and tested move. He did not expect. Tang Tian actually sensed it. Zia's power was much stronger than what Tang Tian had imagined, and he was an expert in making use of the environment, and his attacking methods were very sinister, making it hard to defend. The thin sword and the boulder palm print clashed. Tang Tian felt a wave of sharp true power drilling into his palm. His body trembled, but his true power quickly dissipated the burst of true power. The unstoppable palm print pressed forward, causing the slender sword to crumble inch by inch. Tang Tian's heart turned cold, but his reaction was equally fast. The blue feather belt that was always fluttering behind him suddenly rolled back, the tip of the feather belt as straight as a sword. When Ling Su and the rest rushed over, Zia's strange chuckle was still lingering in the pitch-black cave, lingering in the air. The narrow space caused the power of this move to increase exponentially. The two of them exchanged blows in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. But at this time the rest of the people had also rushed to the cave entrance. Chia knew that he could not do anything. With a strange chuckle, He brought the spirit general and disappeared from Tang Tian's sight. On Tang Tian's waist, a streak of blood splattered out. Zia's was filled with surprise, continuously dodging his killing technique. It was his first time encountering such a situation, and at the same time he was surprised Tang Tian's improvement. The last time Tang Tian barely dodged, but this time, even though he was trapped, Tang Tian did not lose his sense of propriety. Not good, there's an ambush. The gigantic boulder palm print, its power was already terrifying, and under Tang Tian's terrifying power, the deep whistle was intimidating. The entire cave was trembling. Great monument palm killing move. Boulder monument palm. Zia. A few specks of cold light shot up from the ground. The cold and dangerous light pierced straight at Tang Tian's face. The sword radiance was pitch black and could not be seen with the naked eye. However, no matter how surprised Zia was, his hands did not slow down at all. Chi chi chi. The rapier continued to tremble and stab out, turning the darkness into light. Tang Tian roared, both of his palms together. Crane vortex. Peacock. Thinking of their previous reckless behavior, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, between life and death, he chose to believe in his own instincts. The Tan Tue blade and the rapier collided without any fancy moves. Tang Tian dashed out as fast as lightning. A few specks of silver light suddenly shot out. Their target was the location where he had sensed the danger. In mid-air, Tang Tian's true power surged. His right palm's great monument palm was ready to be unleashed. Heaven's Road grade martial artist. The reason why Marquis Wu was able to rule over such a planet was because Marquis Wu had two Heaven's Road grade martial artists, and one of them was Marquis Wu himself. His eyes stared intently at the person hiding in the cave. His instincts were right. Tang Tian, who was sprinting, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Tang Tian was almost misled by the sharp whistle, but following that, a strong sense of danger appeared on the other side of his body. Without thinking, Tang Tian roared, "Peacock!" The cold light blade brought a weak light to the surroundings. Luckily, the wound was not deep. The rapier trembled in the darkness. The silver light seemed to be shrouded by the night. Like a clay ox entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. It was truly the intuition of a wild beast. Tang Tian shook his head. He felt weird. So treacherous. Why is he here? Gu Shui asked, her voice trembling. Zia had left a deep impression on her. The young lady's expression was solemn. I don't know, but Father said it himself. Father once spent a lot of effort to recruit Zia. If Marquis Wu can have 3 Heavens Road grade martial artists, Father will be able to stand out from the 13 prefectures. Tang Tian thought of Wu Guang, the only Heavens Road grade martial artist he had met before. Wu Guang's Heaven Shower Blade left a deep impression on Tang Tian, a martial artist comparable to Marquis Wu. Zhai Hengzhan and Qingluan's faces turned white. Peacock was vengeful. Suddenly, a black rapier swept through the darkness like a silent venomous snake. It went straight for Tang Tian's waist. Everyone's faces congealed. Tang Tian had even summoned his peacock armor, but it was not enough to stop the opponent. They were all shocked. One must know Tang Tian's strength was the strongest amongst them. If even he could not stop the opponent, then how strong was the opponent? Tang Tian suddenly understood. Zia had long discovered them, and specially laid this trap. The person he discovered was Zia's spirit general, but he was wearing Zia's mask, purposely letting them discover him, and baiting them to rush over to attack. And Zia himself was lying in ambush at the side of the cave, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Such an improvement was truly shocking. Tang Tian felt that it was weird, but the arrow was knocked on the bowstring. There was no time to hesitate. Even if it was a fake, he had to destroy it. But Tang Tian never relied on his eyes when fighting. With his 18 times intuition, Tang Tian was extremely sensitive. His fist missed, his body that was twisted like a fried dough twist suddenly exploded with power, his left leg bounced up, and a ray of light blade shot out like lightning. A strong force came from the rapier. The feather belt immediately crumbled, and the silver feather at the tip of the feather belt started to crack. And then he could not help but ask. But he never thought that Tang Tian's intuition would actually reach such a shocking level. That was a spirit general. A figure replaced Zia's position. It was the spirit general that was disguised as Zia. The spirit general wore a white mask, the rapier in his hand was as straight as a spear, and his next move caused Tang Tian to be even more surprised. Curtain of the night, swordsman Zia. Zia grew bigger and bigger in Tang Tian's vision, but he remained indifferent, as though he did not see Tang Tian's existence. Tang Tian's speed was as fast as lightning. Bringing along a blurry afterimage, he rushed to the entrance of the cave and stomped on the ground with his right leg. The power of this stomp was astonishing. The ground where his foot landed cracked like a spider web. Tang Tian's speed increased like a cannonball. He brazenly pounced toward Zia, who was in the cave. The fighting intent in Tang Tian's heart soared to the maximum. Fighting with Zia was one of his wishes. He was originally regretful that before leaving Phylon Star, he was unable to fight with Zia. Never did he expect to meet Zia here. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly turned red. Everyone could not help but gasp. Tang Tian's heart jumped. In the darkness, Zia's light sounded in his ears, causing all the hairs on his body to stand. Although his intuition was astonishing, but Zia's qi seemed to have blended perfectly into the darkness. Even with Tang Tian's intuition, it was difficult to accurately pinpoint Zia's position. Tang Tian's heart jumped, his face changed. His reaction was extremely fast. Almost at the moment when the opponent made his move, he had already sensed it. Without thinking, Tang Tian, who was in the air, forcefully twisted his waist, his right palm turned into a fist, and swung it backwards, like a swinging iron hammer. Tang Tian and Ling Su had been together for a long time, and his knowledge of spear techniques was much better than before. The spirit general's movement was a standard stride, forward thrust of the spear. Not only did Tang Tian's heart not have the slightest bit of fear, but his fighting, intense sword, blazing like a fire. With a roar, Tang Tian brazenly rushed forward. His hand lit up with a Tao tablet seal. The two words monolith were impressively eye-catching. Tang Tian could never forget this mask. The young lady took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Everyone be careful. Father once said, Zia is Phylon Star's one and only Heaven's Road grade martial artist." Could it be a fake? Ding! Zia, who was in the cave, was like a statue, not moving at all. But Zia's sword was finally blocked by Tang Tian. The deathly white mask revealed a pair of ice-cold pupils. Wielding a thin rapier, he ignored Tang Tian, who was rushing over. Tang Tian had fought with so many people, but Zia was the most difficult and most dangerous one. The moment Tang Tian rushed into the cave, the silver light behind him dimmed and disappeared, and Tang Tian's eyes darkened. Ling Su did not understand. It can't be. Zia's rank is only 5 if he is a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Then what about the other 4? But Tang Tian's heart immediately raised a suspicion. Although Zia was powerful, but he felt that compared to Wu Guang, he was still lacking by quite a bit. Dang! With astonishing speed, the silver light enveloped his body, the gorgeous and exquisite peacock armor wrapped around his entire body. The peacock's silver pupils revealed its killing intent. It also recognized Zia. "It's Zia," Tang Tian said solemnly, his hands touching the feather belt that had cracks on the feather armor, his heart shivering. If not for the peacock, he would not have been able to dodge Zia's sword just now, using a rapier to execute a spear technique. But the light allowed Tang Tian to see the fake Zia that he thought was a statue pouncing towards him. Zia's figure flashed and suddenly retreated. Every sword could hear the sound of the whirlpools being pierced and exploding. It was extremely fast, but extremely clear. The 10 whirlpools actually did not miss. Chi. As expected of the curtain of the night swordsman, Zia's plan was watertight. He was very clear of the previous battle. He had left an unforgettable impression on Tang Tian. As long as he lured him slightly, a hot-blooded person like Tang Tian would definitely rush over. Once the 2 words Zia came out, everyone's face changed, including the little girl. Her face congealed. Tang Tian, only then, understood how strong Marquis Wu was. 2 heavens rode grade martial artists. What terrifying strength! The palm did not change. He brazenly slapped forward. Clang! Zia immediately displayed the true strength of a powerful swordsman. The rapier trembled, accurately piercing all the whirlpools. Pa! Tang Tian's fist missed. The moment the opponent released his sword, he changed his position. Tan to a blade. Just at this time, a cold killing intent quietly went straight for Tang Tian's ribs. The sharp whirlpools whooshed and flew out from Tang Tian's palms. This suspicion flashed past his mind, but Tang Tian's attention was still focused on the enemy in front of him. A ruthless look flashed past his eyes. That was to get rid of Zia's spirit general first. Although Tang Tian twisted his waist, but he did not completely avoid it, the rapier's body nimbly trembled. A few feather armors flew out, and Tang Tian's waist had an additional bloodstain. Although Zia was surprised, his hand movements did not slow down. The rapier trembled, and a strange sharp whistle pierced through his eardrums. But his rapier quietly pierced from the opposite angle. Chapter 184. The little girl's eyes lit up. Wow, teacher, can you give it to me? I love it. Give it to you. Stop dreaming. Tang Tian said casually, but I can lend it to you for 1,000 star coins an hour, no bargaining. As they walked, Tang Tian muttered, why did Zia come here? Also, to be able to hide here, looks like he's very familiar with this place. Could it be that he's interested in the monarch's slaying sword? That can't be right. His sword technique is completely different from the monarch's slaying sword. If you dare to move, I'll knock you out. Tang Tian grinned. Yaya's eyes widened, glaring at the little girl, baring her teeth with an unfriendly expression. So his strength has decreased. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. He felt that there was still a gap between Zia and Wu Guang. It seemed like it was in line with his judgment. When Tang Tian heard the word treasure, his eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the metal chest. Gu Shui pursed her lips, unable to hide her smile. So it's like that, Tang Tian muttered. Everyone was stunned, and upon closer inspection, the slope under their feet was indeed slightly sloping downwards. Zhai Hengzhan was even more impressed with Tang Tian's keen senses. Maybe he's here for the treasure, or maybe there's something in the treasure that he's interested in, other than the monarch's slaying sword. There should be other treasures. Gu Shui thought for a while. Zia should have been here for a long time. He was able to avoid the spirit general guarding the gate. Maybe he's already gained something. The cave passage was very long. Suddenly Tang Tian said, "We're going down." Tang Tian threw Ling Su to the side and walked towards the field. Silver light shone from his feet and spread up his legs. With every step he took, the silver armor extended a little. When he stepped into the field, his entire body was covered in silver armor. He had just fought with Zia and was slightly injured, but the battle intent in his body had been aroused. Yaya's eyes lit up when she saw the soul core. Using both his hands and feet, he crawled from Tang Tian's shoulder to his hand like a little puppy, snatching the soul core and swallowing it in one gulp. Bullshit! Ling Su was furious. His eyes widened and his white robe fluttered. You mean you're stronger than me? So much nonsense. Ling Su coldly snorted. His face was a little pale. The battle just now had consumed a lot of his energy. He threw something to Tang Tian. I just got it. Tang Tian then placed them into the Aquarius Marshal Cabinet. When Zhai Hengzhan saw this, he could not help but feel weird. He had seen all kinds of experts, but Tang Tian was definitely the most unique. If it was another place, another person, Zhai Hingzhan would definitely feel that the other party's brain was not good. But when it came to Tang Tian, he did not dare to look down on him. This fellow was truly unfathomable and unfathomable. Qing Wan was startled. Zhai Hengzhan was shocked. I didn't know about this. Justice belongs to everyone. Tang Tian grinned and took the lead. The disappointed Tang Tian flipped the chest around for half a day. He even tore it apart to see if there were any compartments. Qing Wan snorted. Zia was one of her idols on the path of cultivating the sword. When Tang Tian said that he wanted to defeat Zia, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She could not help but say, "Although you are strong, do you think it will be so easy to defeat Zia?" Ling Su glared at him. "Don't imitate me." There was only a black spirit nucleus in the chest, and the quality of the spirit nucleus was not good enough. It was similar to the spirit nucleus that Tang Tian had obtained from the mutated star spirit snake. Zhai Hengzhan did not say a word. He took out a dozen light-emitting wood and gave it to Tang Tian. These things were cheap, but normal people could not buy them. "Mingguan?" Tang Tian asked quickly. Qing Wan could not stand Tang Tian's arrogant look. She could not help but say, the night swordsman was invincible at his peak. In the whole of Marquis Wu's night mansion, he was only below Marquis Wu. He once snuck into the mansion late at night and fought with Marquis. It was a draw. This thing is not worth much. Tang Tian looked distressed. "Ling Su, you must find a fat sheep in the future. After fighting for half a day, you only got a snack for Yaya. Yaya, come out. You have a snack." Yi was startled. After a while, its two hands squeezed its face into a ball and rubbed its meatball face. It was like a ball of fire was burning in his chest. Every step he took was very steady. There seemed to be a war drum beating in his body. His fighting spirit became more and more unrestrained. After walking for about 20 minutes, there was light in front of the cave. Everyone's spirits were roused. They immediately increased their pace. Tang Tian tested it out. As expected, the wooden stick in his hand lit up and released a bright light aura. He was immediately excited. He was preparing to inject more true power. Zhai Hengzhan, who was watching him from the side, immediately stopped him. "Do not inject too much true power. If you inject too much true power, it will release a very glaring light. The wood will also be burnt to ashes. We will use it like this on the battlefield. It is useless against experts, but if there are many of them, there will be a few who will be hit." Ling Su's body froze. He could tell that Tang Tian was not joking. Yaya's face immediately turned bitter. She whimpered and wanted to protest, but her body was immediately grabbed by Tang Tian's palm. Tang Tian threw Yaya to the young lady. He threatened her. "Yaya, you must satisfy the customer. It's a pity I can't see Zia at his peak." Tang Tian's face was full of regret. If only I could defeat Zia at his peak. How awesome would that be? There are two types of spirit trials. One is to light up the spirit suppressing treasure. It is called the Bright Pass. The other type that does not light up the spirit suppressing treasure is called the Dark Pass. Our trial just now was the Dark Pass, the young lady said. The Bright Pass will usually appear less. Once the spirit suppressing treasure lands in the hands of the challenger, the trial will collapse on its own. It usually appears in one situation. The person who set up the spirit trial is very confident in the trial. Tang Tian was enlightened. He immediately felt that the light-emitting wood was useful. He immediately asked Zhai Hengzhan, "Give me a few more." "No, I'll do it," Qing Wan said seriously. "In here, my strength is second only to Tang Tian. I'll do it." Tang Tian clenched his fists. He was full of fighting spirit. The young lady took over Yaya. She treated it like a treasure. She would tease Yaya from time to time. Soon, the meaty and brainless Yaya was happy. The young lady looked at Yaya. "Wow, it's so cute. Is it called Yaya? Okay. The young lady agreed without hesitation. Tang Tian was very proud of his business acumen. But how much could he earn with 1,000 per hour? After calculating for a long time, Tang Tian gave up. If only Chia was here, he wouldn't have to worry about the math. The young lady's face became serious. She quickly reminded him. Be careful. This is the Bright Pass. What is that? Tang Tian asked curiously. Tang Tian thought nothing of it. It's not easy. What's the point of it being easy? Don't you think that defeating Zia is enough to make one's blood boil? When they left the cave, Tang Tian and the rest were extremely careful. They were worried that Zia would set up an ambush at the entrance. But what made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that they did not see Zia. Outside the cave was a flat and spacious hall. There was no place to hide. The young lady took a look. She was surprised. Oh my, how could I forget about this? Every spirit pass guard requires something to guard. It's called a spirit suppressing treasure. With the spirit suppressing treasure, these spirit generals have a fulcrum to rely on. Usually, the stronger the spirit general, the stronger the spirit suppressing treasure. Quickly open it. Yes. The young lady nodded. Her expression congealed. The Bright Pass is hard to pass. You must be careful. Also, it's better to have as few people as possible. Many of the passes have special arrangements for the number of people. The more people there are, the more difficult the pass becomes. Many people don't understand. They think that the Spirit Pass is a guard. In fact, the Spirit Pass is a test. If not, we can just use a trap. Why do we need a Spirit Pass? The pitch-black cave was extremely narrow. It could only allow 2 people to pass through. Zhai Hengzhan held a glowing wooden stick in his hand. The wooden stick emitted a bright light. The inside of the tunnel was extremely clear. With the glowing wood, the tunnel could be seen clearly. The tunnel was originally very narrow. There was no place to hide. There was no need to worry about Zia's sneak attack. Qingwan said, You weren't in the residence at that time. Not many people in the residence knew about it. I happened to be there. Marquis also knew that I trained in sword techniques. That's why he allowed me to watch the battle. The curtain of the night swordsman at that time was too strong. The young man was clad in silver armor. He stepped on the drum and walked slowly. Yaya, act cute. Tang Tian shouted, Let's go. Those treasures must be feeling lonely. They must be waiting for the godlike young man to save them. Tang Tian said confidently, For justice. No problem. Tang Tian curled his lips. As long as we defeat him, we will know everything. Glowing wood. Zhai Hengzhan had another one in his hand. He passed it to Tang Tian. As long as you inject a bit of true power into it, it will glow. It's much better than a torch. He was about to pounce towards Qingwan. Pa! A hand grabbed his neck. Ling Su, who had just gone through a tough battle, did not have any strength to resist. He was grabbed by Tang Tian like a little chick. Ling Su was even more furious. He was about to attack with the silver spear in his hand. Tang Tian fished it out. It was a rusty metal box. What a pity. Such a powerful expert. I can't meet him when he is at his strongest. What a pity. Tang Tian looked regretful. He tilted his head and thought. But since this is reality, there's nothing we can do. Let's defeat the incomplete curtain of the night swordsman first. In the middle of the hall, there was a bronze box. Keep bragging. Keep bragging. Qingwan snorted in her heart. The others nodded their heads. Gu Shui's guess was very reasonable. Still nothing. At the last moment, Qingwan recalled the scene. She could not help but reveal a shocked expression. She trained in sword techniques. She had a deeper understanding of sword techniques than the others. She could feel how strong Zia was. Zhai Hengzhan said, Let me do it. Since I'm the strongest, let me do it. And then the little girl tilted her head and revealed a reminiscing expression. she said with uncertainty. Father said something about it being a pity. I don't know what it was. But after that, Zia's ranking dropped drastically. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. Father rarely shows interest in someone. That's why I have a deep impression of him. Chapter 185. Only Ling Su gritted his teeth angrily and said softly, "Asshole! Wait till I recover, you're dead." The sound of the flute was clear and melodious, faintly discernible like the clouds. Strands of mist slowly formed around Magic Flute. In the midst of the white clouds, Magic Flute's blue eyes drooped, his expression extremely focused. Only Ling Su was dumbstruck. He finally understood that the fellow in the screen who was playing the flute by himself like a dumb goose was actually strong to such an extent. Tang Tian was enlightened. Seems like the nature of the flute sound was also a type of oscillation. These transparent bubbles were about the size of a fist. After emerging, they quietly floated in the air. Tang Tian was extremely shocked. Every bubble was a vacuum ball. Tang Tian could also use the concussion punch to produce vacuum balls, but compared to the countless of densely packed vacuum balls in front of him, Tang Tian felt that his move was too small. Magic sound break. Everyone asked in unison. One tune, 7 deaths. Outside the light screen, the little girl's face was pale, although it was a low-level martial technique. But fused with Tang Tian's understanding of oscillation, the dense and congealed air in front of him immediately loosened and crumbled like sand. Outside the light screen, everyone's eyes were wide open. Tang Tian, who completely did not understand music, did not notice at this time the sound of the flute had quietly changed. Tang Tian racked his brains, but could not think of how Magic Flute did it, but the sense of danger in his heart had already reached an unprecedented level. Everyone's heart immediately sank, their gazes all focused on the field. The little girl's face was slightly pale, the others were at a loss. They had never heard of this name before. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a look of surprise. His body was actually slightly numb and somewhat weak. Sound martial technique? What is that? The sound of the flute floated in the air. Tang Tian immediately felt the strangeness of his surroundings. The surrounding air became extremely dense. Tang Tian felt as though he was in a swamp. Every step forward required a large amount of energy. The little girl bit her lips and looked at the field worriedly. In young Master Magic Flute's most glorious year, he once defeated 3 Heavens Road grade martial artists. If that was the case, Idiot Tang would have been reduced to ashes long ago, Ling Su said with a frown. Bing raised his eyelids and said lightly, "The young masters of the aristocratic families are all like that, but the aristocratic families that were destroyed by us, if not 10,000, there were at least 8,000. As for the young masters of aristocratic families that we killed, how can we count them clearly? This idiot got away with it." Ling Su snorted coldly, but he was relieved. Yes. The little girl's expression was filled with worry. It has another name, 7 deaths in one tune. The young lady shook her head. My rank will drop, but my understanding of martial skills will not. Young Master Magic Flute is most famous for his killing technique. Broken demonic sound. With a wave of his hand, a circular screen of light rose up and formed an enclosed space. Gu Shue's face was filled with anxiety, but she did not stop him. Zhai Hengzhan and Qing Luan might not understand Tang Tian, but she knew, under Tian's naive and foolish appearance, was the heart of a true, strong martial artist. The distance between Tang Tian and Magic Flute was less than 6 m. To Tang Tian, as long as he was a little closer, he would be able to attack. Tang Tian did not panic, as long as there was a way to solve it. Seeing the little girl's reaction, Tang Tian knew the opponent's background was not small. But he did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead became even more excited. Staring at Magic Flute, he said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense, let's decide the winner." He had trained in the concussion fist before, and had a much deeper understanding of vibrations than the average person. To form a vacuum ball, one had to use intense vibrations to destroy the air. Tang Tian slowly stepped into the field. This fellow's martial technique was truly strange. He had to strike first. When the others heard, they were overwhelmed with emotions, but also fearful and worried. Closing his blue eyes, holding the copper flute horizontally, he brought it to his lips. A strand of qi was injected, and the copper flute in his hands suddenly lit up. The notes were like flowing water, slowly flowing out from the copper flute. Qing Wan wanted to say something, but did not say anything. In her vision, the silver-armored young man's back view was emitting a blazing battle intent. She could not even think of rebuking him. Suddenly, she thought of what Zhai Hengzhan had said to her previously. Tang Tian was a dangerous fellow. Used to the naive Tang Tian, such a domineering Tang Tian shocked everyone. The air was like a wall. It was hard to move. The little girl did not know if she was excited or afraid, but talking about this legendary history, she could not help but yearn for it. My name is Flute. Separated by countless of bubbles, Magic Flute lowered his head and played the flute, became indistinct. Under the intense killing intent of the entire field, Magic Flute's long hair fluttered, revealing the handsome and focused face on the copper flute. But at the same time, there were so many vacuum balls. Humph! Tang Tian roared. The true power in his body surged. The feeling of softness immediately disappeared. He exerted strength in his legs and rushed towards Magic Flute. Magic Flute explained, "Please do not worry. This layer of light is only to isolate my flute sound, to prevent it from affecting your esteemed friend." The little girl bit her lips, her voice trembling. Magic Flute's era was earlier than Senior Demon Slayer's sword by about 100 years. He was born in an aristocratic family and was proficient in music since young. After training in martial techniques, he integrated the changes in music into his martial techniques and formed a unique sound martial technique. His flute sound seemed to have a magical power because he was called Magic Flute. Magic Flute, who was born in an aristocratic family, had an exceptional demeanor and was gentle like a spirit jade, so he was called Young Master Magic Flute. The battle that made him famous was when Tiger Forest Star met with a large-scale star spirit beast tide. 7 cities were consecutively destroyed, corpses were everywhere, and no one could stop it. When the beast tide reached the 8th city, Magic Flute arrived on the Starry Night city walls. A flute sound repelled the beast tide. In that wave of beast tide, there were 9th-level star spirit beasts. His slender fingers gently slid across the copper flute. This action was as light as the wind, but it caused Tang Tian's hair to stand on end. As long as he was within 3 m of the opponent, he had the confidence to kill the opponent. His strength should have dropped. Zhai Hengzhan had the most battle experience. He could see the crux with one look. As time passes, a spirit general's level will drop continuously. It definitely cannot be compared to his peak. The vacuum balls, floating quietly in the sky, slowly floated towards Tang Tian from all directions. Ling Su, who had his eyes wide opened, was also amazed. Such a powerful, silly goose. I never thought that, after so many years, there would still be someone who remembers my name. It is truly an honor. Magic Flute smiled and bowed to the little girl to express his gratitude. Tang Tian was curious and somewhat expectant. He had never met such an opponent before. Such a powerful magic flute. How did he do it? Inside the light screen, a bubble suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, another bubble appeared. What happened next made everyone hold their breath. The air inside the light screen seemed to be boiling. One bubble after another suddenly appeared. A 9th-level star spirit beast. What kind of concept was that? Tang Tian. Just this name made everyone tremble in fear. Inside the light screen, the air suddenly became sluggish. Blue eyes as clear as gems, a handsome and gentle face with a slight smile, both legs floating in the air, his slender figure added a sense of otherworldliness. Magic Flute, who was a few meters away, was playing the flute, immersed in his own world. Tang Tian was slightly surprised. This was definitely the most polite spirit general he had ever seen. He could not help but mutter to Bing, "Hey, uncle, we are both spirit generals. Why is your grade so low compared to him?" In Tang Tian's eyes, every vacuum ball was like an oscillating point. In his vision, it was densely packed. Thousands of oscillating points existed at the same time. Then isn't he a heavens road grade martial artist? Zhai Hengzhan's voice was filled with fear. Tang Tian concentrated. The opponent's name was Magic Flute, and his attacking style was probably related to that. Wrong. Just as he took a step, the surrounding air, under the direction of the flute, returned to its original state. The few of them were dumbstruck, so shocked that they could not say a word. A Heavens Road grade martial artist, and defeating 3 Heavens Road grade martial artists. They naturally understood the difference between the two. Magic Flute bowed and said clearly, "Please listen to a song." If it was said previously Tang Tian was still unable to judge the opponent's strength, then this move immediately refreshed Tang Tian's understanding of Magic Flute's strength. Minute collapsing fist. Everyone was shocked. The spirit general actually opened his mouth to speak. The young lady thought of something. Her face changed and shouted, "Teacher, be careful, he is Magic Flute!" In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian was in a bubble. With a roar, Tang Tian punched the air in front of him. Gu Shui saw the young lady's face and could not help but ask, "Princess, is this Magic Flute very powerful?" But at this time there was a sudden change. After advancing 7 to 8 steps, the distance between Tang Tian and Magic Flute was about 2 feet. Tang Tian took the chance and rushed forward. Yes, the young lady's face became even more worried. "I also do not know what is going on with this move, but it is said that this move of Magic Flute has never failed before." If it was any other time, the distance of 2 feet to Tang Tian was almost non-existent. But now, Tang Tian did not take it to heart until now, although the opponent's flute sound was unique and strange. But Tang Tian did not feel that it was too powerful. A spirit general, like a ball of smoke, floated out from the bronze box and transformed. Idiot Tang is in danger. Vacuum ball. Never failed before. His voice was pleasing to the ear, clear and warm, causing people to be mesmerized. Both fists swung out, one punch and one step, slowly but firmly closing in on Magic Flute. Magic Flute seemed as though he did not feel anything, and only cared about playing the bronze flute, as though he was not aware of the approaching danger. Very quickly, he did not have time to brag to Uncle Bing. His gaze suddenly congealed. There was a bronze flute in Flute's hands. The body of the flute was as clean as new, shining like a mirror. Magic Flute? Tang Tian was stunned. In truth, when Flute opened his mouth, he was also shocked. He had fought with so many spirit generals, but this was the first time he met a spirit general that could speak, of course, except for Bing. Even Ghost Claw usually did not make a sound. Flute bowed slightly. His temperament was filled with grace and elegance. It is better to be respectful than respectful.